Hello everyone, your sleep companion here, bringing you another journey tonight. Before we begin, please like and subscribe to join our sleep community. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift away together. The rain tapped against Claire's townhouse windows like impatient fingers, a steady rhythm that mirrored the exhaustion weighing on her shoulders. At 32, Claire Ramsey was a single mother juggling a part-time job at a Virginia Walmart and raising her 6-year-old daughter, Lily. Her small 2-bedroom home in Cloverdale, tucked between larger, more imposing houses, was cozy but cluttered, toys scattered across the living room floor, laundry piled on the dining room chair, bills stacked on the kitchen counter. Tonight, the rain felt particularly oppressive, sealing her inside with nothing but her thoughts for company. Claire massaged her temples, trying to ease the tension headache that had been building since her shift ended 3 hours ago. The assistant manager had pulled her aside again, mentioning customer complaints about her distracted demeanor. She knew she should care more, but exhaustion had hollowed her out, leaving little room for workplace anxieties. Lily sat at the kitchen table, her tongue poking between her lips in concentration as she colored in her sketchbook. The soft scratching of crayons against paper was almost drowned out by the rain's persistent drumming. Claire watched her daughter, her auburn hair falling in waves around her round face, so much like Tom's, and felt the familiar ache of both love and inadequacy. "Mail came," Claire said, trying to inject enthusiasm into her voice as she unpacked a cardboard box from Margaret, her mother-in-law. Margaret Evans was a sharp-tongued retiree who lived 40 minutes away in Richmond's affluent West End. Though she had initially welcomed Claire into the family, the divorce had changed everything. Now, Margaret's monthly visits and weekly calls carried an undercurrent of judgment, subtle digs about Claire's parenting, her career choices, her inability to salvage her marriage to Margaret's precious son. The box contained a gift for Lily, a porcelain doll with an elegantly painted face framed by auburn curls that matched Lily's own. It wore a faded lace gown, yellowed with age, its tiny fingers curled delicately around a miniature bouquet of fabric flowers. But it was the eyes that caught Claire's attention. Glass and unblinking, they caught the kitchen light in an odd way, appearing almost alive in their intensity. A handwritten note accompanied it, for Lily to keep her company. "Grandma M." "Pretty," Lily said, reaching for it with paint-smudged fingers. Claire hesitated, an unease she couldn't name curling in her gut like smoke. Margaret's gifts often came with strings, implicit expectations, future ammunition for criticism. Still, she handed the doll to Lily, who hugged it against her chest, her face brightening with a smile that had become increasingly rare since the divorce. "I'm going to name her Rose," Lily announced, running her fingers over the doll's porcelain cheek. "That's lovely, sweetheart," Claire said, though something about the way the doll's head tilted slightly to one side unsettled her. "Did Grandma mention where she got it?" Lily shook her head, already carrying Rose to the living room to introduce her to her other toys. Claire turned the note over, searching for more information, but found nothing. She checked the box and discovered a small tag. "Antique, circa 1920s. Probably expensive, then." Another reminder of what Claire couldn't provide. Later that night, after a dinner of macaroni and cheese, the third time this week, a fact Margaret would surely disapprove of, Claire tucked Lily into bed. Rose sat on the nightstand, its painted lips frozen in a serene smile. "Can Rose sleep with me?" Lily asked, her eyes already heavy with sleep. Claire hesitated. "How about we put her on the shelf for tonight, so she can watch over you?" Lily nodded reluctantly, and Claire placed the doll on the white bookshelf across from the bed. As she adjusted Rose's position, she could have sworn the doll's eyes followed her movement, glinting under the soft glow of Lily's butterfly nightlight. She shook it off, blaming her overactive imagination and the stress of the day. Work was grueling, and Margaret's weekly calls. "Are you managing, Claire? Do you need me to take Lily for a weekend?" I worry, wore her down more than she cared to admit. Tom's child support checks came irregularly at best, and his new girlfriend in Boston meant Lily saw her father maybe once a month. Claire was drowning in responsibility, in expectations she couldn't meet. She kissed Lily's forehead, breathing in the sweet scent of her strawberry shampoo, and retreated to her own room. The walls of the townhouse were thin, making the rain sound like it was falling directly into her bedroom. Claire scrolled mindlessly through her phone, too tired to focus on the novel that had been sitting half-read on her nightstand for weeks. At midnight, the rain grew louder, its rhythm shifting from gentle tapping to an insistent pounding that pulled Claire from a fitful sleep. She lay in bed, disoriented, her heart racing for reasons she couldn't identify. Something felt off. Wrong somehow. She checked on Lily, finding her daughter peacefully asleep, one arm flung above her head, the other curled around Rose. The doll was no longer on the shelf but in Lily's bed. Claire frowned, assuming Lily had gotten up to retrieve it. She gently extracted the doll from her daughter's grasp, noticing how cold the porcelain felt against her fingers, like it had been sitting in an open refrigerator. Claire returned Rose to the shelf, making sure it was secure, and retreated to her room. As she was settling back into bed, she heard it. A whisper, faint but distinct, like a child's voice woven into the sound of the rain. "Mommy!" Claire froze, her heart hammering against her ribs. She checked on Lily again. Still asleep, breathing deep and even. The whisper came again, this time from the hallway outside Lily's room. "Mommy, help me." Claire grabbed her phone, activating its flashlight function as she ventured into the hallway. The beam cut through the darkness, casting long shadows across the walls. She peered into Lily's room once more. Rose sat on the shelf, but its head seemed tilted at an angle different from before, facing directly toward the doorway. Toward her. Claire's skin prickled with goosebumps, a cold sweat breaking out across her forehead. She was being ridiculous. It was stress, exhaustion, her mind playing tricks. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. She entered the room and moved Rose to the closet, shutting the door firmly. The whispers stopped, but the rain's patter felt heavier now, almost judgmental. Claire returned to her room, leaving Lily's door ajar. She checked her phone, scrolling through a local community group on X for distraction. A post from 3 days ago caught her eye. "Anyone buy old dolls from that Etsy seller in Richmond? Got one that creeps me out. Something about the eyes." There were no replies, but it echoed Claire's unease. She searched for more information, finding nothing. Eventually, she fell into a restless sleep, dreaming of glass eyes watching her from the shadows. The next morning, Lily clutched Rose at breakfast, her small fingers wrapped possessively around the doll's waist. Her eyes seemed distant, unfocused, as she pushed her cereal around the bowl. "Rose likes the rain," she said, unprompted. "She says it reminds her of before." Claire froze, spoon halfway to her mouth. "Before what, sweetie?" Lily just shrugged, her attention back on her cereal. "Just before, when she was with her other family." Claire forced a smile, though unease crawled up her spine like a spider. Margaret's voice echoed in her mind, from their last phone call. "Lily needs more structure, Claire. You're too soft. Children thrive with boundaries." Was the doll another test, another way to undermine her parenting? She called Margaret while Lily was at school, the doll locked in Claire's bedroom closet. "It's a family heirloom," Margaret explained, her voice crisp and dismissive. It belonged to my grandmother. I thought Lily might appreciate having something with history, with connection to her family. Lord knows she needs stability. It's creepy, Margaret, Claire said, keeping her voice low though the house was empty. The eyes follow you, and Lily's saying strange things. Children have active imaginations, Margaret interrupted. Perhaps if you spent more time with her instead of working those odd hours. The conversation deteriorated from there, leaving Claire feeling defensive and small, just as Margaret intended. She hung up, anger and doubt churning in her stomach. The rain continued outside, a perfect backdrop to her darkening mood. That night, after Lily fell asleep, the whispers returned clearer than before. You're not enough, never enough. Claire yanked open her closet door, her hands trembling. Rose stared back at her from the top shelf, its glass eyes gleaming in the darkness, reflecting Claire's fear back at her. Outside, the rain drummed against the windows like fingers trying to get in, persistent and knowing. What do you want? Claire whispered, feeling ridiculous talking to a doll, yet unable to shake the certainty that it was listening. The doll's painted smile seemed to widen in the shadows, and the whisper came again, so close it could have been Claire's own thoughts. Everything you can't give her. Claire slammed the closet door shut, her breath coming in short gasps. In the next room, Lily stirred in her sleep, murmuring something that sounded like Rose. The rain fell harder, and Claire wrapped her arms around herself, suddenly cold despite the warm spring night. Something had entered their home with that doll, something that fed on Claire's deepest insecurities. And it was just getting started. The rain hadn't stopped for 5 days, cloaking Cloverdale in a gray haze that blurred the lines between morning and evening. Claire sat on her couch, laptop balanced on her knees, the doll's presence lingering in the room like a bad dream. Lily was at school, but Rose sat on the coffee table, its glass eyes catching what little light filtered through the curtains. Claire had moved it from the closet that morning, hoping daylight would dull its menace. It didn't. Last night's whispers, "You're not enough," had followed Claire into her dreams, echoing her deepest insecurities. Her divorce from Tom had left her raw, vulnerable to the doubts that plagued her daily. Margaret's constant judgment, "You're failing, Lily," cut deeper than Claire would admit. Now, the doll seemed to amplify every negative thought, every fear she harbored about her capabilities as a mother. The townhouse felt smaller in the rain, the walls closing in with each passing hour. Claire had called in sick to work, unable to face the fluorescent lights and customer complaints. She'd lose part of her paycheck, but the thought of leaving Lily alone with Rose, even with Mrs. Abernathy from next door checking in, made her stomach twist with dread. Claire navigated to Etsy, searching for the seller Margaret claimed had sold her the doll. After 20 minutes of scrolling through vintage toy collections, she found a listing that matched Rose's description: antique porcelain doll, 1920s, family heirloom. Hand-painted features, original lace gown. The price made Claire wince, 3 times her weekly grocery budget. The seller's note was vague but unsettling, from a Richmond estate tied to a family tragedy. No returns or exchanges. The reviews were mixed. Most praised the doll's craftsmanship, but 3 mentioned odd feelings after bringing it home. One claimed their doll watched them, another reported their cat refusing to enter any room where the doll was placed. A third simply wrote, "Returned." Some things shouldn't be sold. The comments section had been disabled. Claire's phone buzzed beside her, a text from Margaret. "How's Lily liking her gift? Has she been sleeping better?" Claire's thumbs hovered over the screen. She typed, "It's creepy, Margaret. Why do you pick this specific doll?" but deleted it immediately. Confronting Margaret always backfired, leaving Claire feeling defensive and gaslit. Instead, she wrote, "She loves it. Thanks." The lie tasted bitter. She called Lily's school next, an impulse she couldn't explain. The secretary confirmed Lily was fine, attending her classes as usual, though her first-grade teacher, Ms. Peterson, had noted Lily seemed a bit distant today, talking about Rose a lot during free time. "Rose?" the secretary asked. Her doll," Claire explained, embarrassment heating her cheeks. "It's new." A pause on the line. Ms. Peterson mentioned Lily drew some interesting pictures during art. "Would you like to see them when you pick her up?" At home, Claire noticed small changes. The house felt colder despite the mild spring weather. Lights flickered when she passed certain rooms. The TV, left on for background noise, occasionally flickered to static when Claire walked past Rose. She tried moving the doll to the garage, wrapping it in a blanket and placing it in a plastic storage bin, but that night, Lily screamed until her voice went hoarse. "Where's Rose? I need Rose." Lily wailed, her face flushed with panic. "She'll be mad if I leave her alone." Claire tried to soothe her, offering her favorite stuffed rabbit instead, but Lily was inconsolable. Eventually, Claire relented, promising to find Rose in the morning. She held Lily until she fell into an exhausted sleep, then checked the garage. The storage bin was exactly where she'd left it, but when she lifted the lid, her blood ran cold. The blanket lay flat and empty. Rose was gone. Claire searched the house, her heartbeat thundering in her ears. She found the doll back on Lily's bedroom shelf, its lace gown damp as if it had been outside in the rain. Its painted smile seemed wider, more knowing. Claire reached for it with trembling hands, then stopped when she noticed something on its porcelain fingers, a red smudge that looked disturbingly like blood. Her dreams that night were vivid, terrible. Tom's voice accused her of ruining their marriage. Margaret sneered, calling her an unfit mother. Lily cried, reaching for someone beyond Claire. Each nightmare ended the same way, with Rose's unblinking eyes, watching, knowing, judging. Claire woke drenched in sweat, the rain's rhythm syncing with her racing pulse. She researched more extensively the next day, finding a forum on X about haunted objects and cursed antiques. A user with the handle @Midnight Collector described a porcelain doll that fed on stress and insecurity, gradually destroying a family from within. The doll, they claimed, didn't cause misfortune, it simply amplified what was already there, turning minor doubts into crippling fears, small disagreements into marriage-ending fights. Claire was halfway through the thread when the page suddenly went blank, replaced by an error message. When she refreshed, the entire forum had vanished. "You look terrible," Annie, her co-worker, commented when Claire returned to work. "Everything okay at home?" Claire hesitated. Annie was the closest thing she had to a friend at Walmart, a divorced mother of 3 who understood the struggle. But how could she explain that she was being tormented by her daughter's doll? "Just stressed," Claire said. "Lily's been difficult lately." Annie nodded sympathetically. "Kids pick up on our energy, you know? My therapist says children are like emotional sponges. If you're anxious, they absorb it." The thought lingered as Claire's shift dragged on. Was that it? Was Lily simply mirroring Claire's stress, creating an attachment to the doll as some kind of coping mechanism? It seemed more plausible than the alternative, that Rose was somehow alive, malevolent. That afternoon, instead of going straight home, Claire drove to Margaret's house in Richmond's West End. She needed answers, and she was done with her mother-in-law's cryptic texts and judgmental phone calls. Margaret's pristine colonial-style house sat on a tree-lined street, its white columns and manicured lawn a stark contrast to Claire's modest townhouse. The interior smelled of lavender and furniture polish, not a single item out of place. Margaret herself, tall and elegant at 65, greeted Claire with a tight smile that didn't reach her eyes. "This is a surprise," she said, leading Claire to a formal living room that looked like it had never been used. "Tea? Where did you really get the doll?" Claire asked, ignoring the offer. "And don't say Etsy. I checked the cellar. They've never had a doll like Rose." Margaret's expression hardened, the lines around her mouth deepening. "The doll is just a toy, Claire. You're overreacting as usual. Lily needs stability, not your nervous energy." "It moves," Claire said, her voice steady despite her racing heart. "Things happen around it. Lily's different, drawing dark pictures, talking about what Rose wants. Where did it come from?" Margaret sighed, the sound heavy with disapproval. "Etsy, like I said. It reminded me of my mother's dolls from childhood. I thought Lily would love it." "You're lying," Claire said, the certainty of it settling in her chest like a stone. Something flickered across Margaret's face, annoyance, perhaps, or guilt. "If you're having trouble coping, perhaps you should consider therapy. Tom mentioned you were fragile toward the end." The conversation deteriorated from there, ending with Claire storming out into the rain, Margaret's parting words following her. "Lily deserves better than your instability, Claire. Remember that." Back home, Lily clung to Rose during dinner, refusing to let the doll out of her sight. She barely touched her food. instead whispering to the doll when she thought Claire wasn't looking. The drawings Miss Peterson had sent home confirmed Claire's fears. Dark swirls encircling a figure that could only be Rose, with Lily and Claire drawn smaller, farther away from each other. Claire's own memories began to surface unbidden, each tied to Rose's unchanging gaze. The night she'd found Tom's text messages from his coworker. The time she'd yelled at 3-year-old Lily during a particularly difficult tantrum, then cried herself to sleep with guilt. Her mother's disappointment when Claire dropped out of college. Each failure, each moment of weakness, played on repeat whenever Rose was nearby. The doll knew things it shouldn't, or rather, it made Claire remember things she'd rather forget. Reality felt increasingly slippery, hard to grasp. She checked the house obsessively. A framed photo of her and Lily had been turned backward on the mantel, her car keys found in the refrigerator instead of their usual hook. Was she moving these things herself, her exhausted mind failing to remember? Or was something else at work? "Mommy, Rose wants to know why you're afraid," Lily said that night as Claire tucked her in. The doll sat on the pillow beside her, its head tilted at that unnatural angle. "She says you don't have to be. She just wants to be part of our family." "Rose is a doll, sweetie," Claire said, struggling to keep her voice light. "Dolls don't talk." Lily's face grew serious, her eyes too old for her 6 years. "She doesn't use her mouth, Mommy. She talks in here." She tapped her temple. "And she knows things. About Daddy. About why he left." A chill ran down Claire's spine. "What things, Lily?" "That you weren't enough," Lily said, her voice suddenly flat, emotionless. "That's why he found someone else." Claire recoiled as if slapped, tears springing to her eyes. Lily blinked, her expression clearing, confusion replacing the blank stare. "Mommy, are you okay?" Claire nodded, not trusting her voice. She kissed Lily's forehead and retreated to the hallway, closing the door partway. Through the crack, she could see Rose on the pillow, its glass eyes reflecting the nightlight's glow. The rain grew louder, and so did the whispers. "You'll lose her just like you lost him." Claire grabbed her phone, searching frantically for the Etsy listing again, for the X forum, for any information that might explain what was happening. But her screen kept freezing, apps crashing until finally, the phone shut down completely. In the silence that followed, broken only by the rain's steady drumming, Claire heard its soft, rhythmic tapping from Lily's room. Not the rain, something else. Heart in her throat, she pushed the door open. Lily was asleep, curled on her side. But Rose sat at the edge of the bed, its porcelain hand extended toward the window, tapping against the glass in perfect sync with the raindrops outside. As Claire watched, frozen in horror, the doll's head slowly turned toward her, its painted smile stretching impossibly wide. Claire grabbed Rose, ready to smash it against the wall, but Lily's scream stopped her. The child's eyes flew open, filled with terror not at the doll's movement, but at Claire's intent to destroy it. "No, Mommy, don't hurt her." The doll's eyes seemed to plead, reflecting Claire's own tear-streaked face. In that moment, her resolve crumbled, her own fears staring back at her from Rose's glass gaze. "You're failing. You're not enough." Just like Margaret said. Claire lowered her arms. The doll still clutched against her chest. The tapping had stopped, but the rain continued its relentless assault, washing away her certainty, her strength. She placed Rose back on Lily's pillow, her fingers lingering on the cold porcelain. "Sweet dreams," she whispered, though she wasn't sure if she was speaking to her daughter or to the thing that watched them both with unblinking eyes. As she closed Lily's door, the whispers followed her down the hallway. "She needs me more than she needs you." Claire couldn't disagree, and that terrified her most of all. The rain fell in sheets, sealing Cloverdale in a wet cocoon that muffled the outside world. Claire stood in her kitchen, gripping a hammer in her trembling right hand. Rose perched on the counter before her. The doll's porcelain face was serene in the dim light, expressionless save for that eternal painted smile, but its eyes bored into her, reflecting Claire's frayed edges back at her. 7 days of unrelenting rainfall had turned the neighborhood streets into shallow rivers, keeping most residents indoors, isolated with their thoughts. For Claire, those thoughts had become increasingly dark, increasingly desperate. Lily slept upstairs, unaware of her mother's intentions. Claire had slipped into her room an hour ago, easing Rose from her daughter's slack grasp while whispering reassurances that she just needed to clean the doll before returning it. The lie had tasted like copper on her tongue. The whispers hadn't stopped, growing clearer with each passing day. "You're breaking, Claire, falling apart at the seams." They weren't coming from the doll. Claire had finally accepted that much. They were in her head, amplified by the rain's endless drone, by her own isolation, by the crushing weight of single motherhood and Margaret's relentless judgment. She raised the hammer, its metal head catching what little light filtered through the kitchen window. One blow would be enough to shatter Rose's face, to end whatever hold it had over Lily, over Claire herself. Yet she hesitated, remembering how Lily had sobbed when Rose disappeared for just a few hours. Claire's research had hit a frustrating dead end. The Etsy seller had vanished, their account deleted shortly after Claire's last visit to the site. The X forum on haunted objects had been removed for community violations, all traces of At Midnight Collector erased. She'd even called a local antique dealer in Richmond, describing Rose in detail, hoping for insight. "Some objects hold emotions," the elderly dealer had told her, his voice crackling over the phone line. "Especially from broken homes, places where grief or anger was strong. They absorb it like sponges, and sometimes they reflect it back." "You're saying the doll is haunted?" Claire had asked, feeling ridiculous even as she said it. A long pause. "I'm saying be careful what you bring into your home, especially old things tied to family tragedies. They carry weight beyond their physical form." Rose, according to Margaret, had come from an estate sale after an elderly woman's death, a woman whose children had fought bitterly over her possessions, whose grandchildren had been estranged for years. A family broken by resentment and unspoken grievances. The doll, with its uncanny eyes and knowing smile, had witnessed it all. But Claire's real fear wasn't supernatural. It was Margaret. Her mother-in-law's gift now felt like a deliberate trap, a way to prove Claire's inadequacy, her unfitness as a mother. Who gives a delicate porcelain antique to a 6-year-old, after all? One bound to break, to disappoint, to become another failure in Claire's long list. 2 days ago, Claire had confronted Margaret at her house, rain soaking through her thin jacket as she'd stood on the immaculate porch, demanding answers. "Why, Rose? You knew it was creepy, inappropriate for a child Lily's age." Margaret had sipped her tea, perfectly composed in her designer slacks and cashmere sweater, unruffled by Claire's obvious distress. "You're stressed, Claire. It's a doll, not a monster. Lily clearly loves it." "Lily's not herself," Claire had snapped, water dripping from her hair onto Margaret's imported rug. "She's drawing disturbing pictures, whispering to it at night, and it moves Margaret. It knows things about my divorce, about my mistakes." Margaret's eyes had narrowed, her lips pressing into a thin line. "You're projecting, dear. If you're struggling this much, perhaps you should see someone. Get professional help. Don't blame a toy for your problems." Claire's hands had shaken then, as they did now. "You gave it to us to mess with me, to make me crack." Margaret had laughed, the sound cold and brittle. "Oh, Claire, You're doing that all by yourself. Back in her kitchen now, Claire lowered the hammer, placing it on the counter beside Rose. The doll watched, impassive, as Claire covered her face with her hands, trying to still the tremors that ran through her body. The rain pounded harder, and the whispers grew, now a chorus: lose Lily, lose yourself, prove Margaret right. Claire had begun seeing things, visions, hallucinations. She wasn't sure what to call them. Lily walking away with Tom, her small hand in his, not looking back. Margaret smirking as she took custody of Lily, citing Claire's instability. Claire herself, alone in the townhouse, surrounded by Lily's abandoned toys, Rose watching from a shelf with those knowing glass eyes. She checked her phone, scrolling through recent calls, most from Margaret, a few from Tom asking about Lily, none from friends because Claire had stopped maintaining those relationships months ago, too exhausted by the effort pretending took. She had become isolated, cut off from any support system that might have anchored her during the storm. A text from Annie, her coworker: heard you called in sick again. Everything okay? Claire didn't respond. How could she explain that a doll was slowly unraveling her sanity? She made her way upstairs, checking on Lily. Her daughter slept peacefully, untroubled by the rain or by Rose's absence. Claire studied her face in the soft glow of the night light, the gentle curve of her cheek, the small furrow between her brows that appeared even in sleep, so like Tom's when he concentrated. The crushing love Claire felt made her chest ache. In the hallway, she caught her reflection in the bathroom mirror, dark circles under her eyes, skin pale and drawn, hair limp around her shoulders. She barely recognized herself. The woman looking back seemed older, hollowed out, her eyes holding the same glassy quality as Rose's. Claire checked Lily's room once more, her gaze falling on a stack of drawings on the small desk. She flipped through them slowly, her stomach sinking with each page. Dark spirals, shadowy figures rose at the center of each composition, growing larger while the stick figures of Claire and Lily grew smaller, farther apart. In the most recent drawing, Claire was absent entirely, just Lily and Rose holding hands, surrounded by rain. She returned to the kitchen where Rose waited. In the doll's reflection in the window, Claire saw not her own face, but Margaret's, then her own, distorted, accusing. The whispers crescendoed: you'll never be good enough. Never strong enough. Lily deserves better. With a choked sob, Claire grabbed the hammer and brought it down hard on Rose's head. The porcelain cracked with a sound like ice breaking, splitting the perfect painted face in two. The whisper screamed, then silence. Claire struck again and again until Rose was nothing but shards on the kitchen counter, her glass eyes shattered, her lace gown in tatters. Lily woke with a piercing scream that tore through the house, but Claire felt a sudden, dizzying lightness. Free. The rain seemed softer now, less insistent against the windows. She gathered the broken pieces into a metal bucket and carried them to the backyard, where she doused them in lighter fluid and set them ablaze despite the drizzle. The fragments burned with an unnatural blue flame, the smoke curling upward into the night sky, carrying with it the weight that had pressed on Claire for days. But the relief was short-lived. Lily grew quieter, more withdrawn after Rose's destruction. She spent hours drawing the doll from memory, each rendition more detailed than the last, as if trying to recreate her through sheer will. She refused to speak to Claire for 2 full days, her small face set in an expression of betrayal that cut deeper than any of Margaret's barbs. Claire's dreams returned, now without the doll's presence, but somehow worse, just her own voice, echoing in the darkness. You failed. You hurt Lily. You destroyed the one thing that comforted her. She woke each morning more exhausted than when she'd gone to bed, the rain still falling, softer but persistent. A week after destroying Rose, Claire checked the Etsy site again, a compulsion she couldn't explain. Her blood ran cold when she found a new listing, identical to the one she'd seen before, a porcelain doll with auburn curls and glass eyes, wearing a faded lace gown. The description matched Rose exactly, but there was no seller name, just an automated ID number. The listing had been posted that morning, the location tagged as Cloverdale, Virginia. Her phone buzzed in her hand, a text from Margaret. Lily needs her friend back. I've ordered a replacement. The twist hit Claire like a physical blow, stealing her breath. Rose wasn't cursed by any supernatural force. It was a tool deliberately chosen by Margaret to exploit Claire's insecurities, her fragile mental state. The curse was Claire's own mind, her guilt and fear magnified by Margaret's subtle psychological manipulation. The doll hadn't moved. Claire, stressed and sleep-deprived, had misplaced it herself, her paranoia fed by Margaret's cryptic messages and knowing smiles. Margaret had never intended for Lily to keep the doll. She'd expected Claire to react exactly as she had, with increasing paranoia, with irrational behavior that could later be used in a custody dispute. Lily deserves better than your instability, Claire. Remember that. The words took on new, sinister meaning. Claire checked her call history again, 3 calls from Tom in the past week, all after she destroyed Rose. Had Margaret already been planting seeds of doubt, suggesting Claire was unfit? The timing couldn't be coincidence. That night, she threw out Lily's drawings, blocked Margaret's number, and left a message for Tom explaining that his mother's gift had been inappropriate for Lily's age, nothing more. She ran a hot bath, trying to wash away the residue of the past 2 weeks, the feeling of being watched that persisted despite Rose's destruction. As she tucked Lily in, her daughter finally speaking to her again, though with noticeable reluctance, the rain whispered once more, this time clearly in Claire's own voice, "You're still not enough." In the bathroom mirror, Claire studied her reflection, the shadows under her eyes, the tension in her jaw. She leaned closer, examining the glint in her eyes. Was it fear? Exhaustion? Or something else, something colder, more calculating? For a moment, her reflection seemed to shift, the features rearranging into a face that was both hers and not hers, eyes gleaming like glass, like roses. She blinked, and the illusion vanished, leaving only her own haunted expression. The rain fell steadily outside, a constant reminder of those terrible days when Rose had first entered their home. Claire stepped back from the mirror, a realization dawning with chilling clarity. The real curse hadn't been the doll at all, it had been inside her the whole time, waiting. The insecurities Margaret had planted and nurtured for years, the doubts about her worth as a mother, as a woman, had found physical form in Rose, a convenient vessel for Claire's self-destruction. In destroying the doll, Claire had only addressed the symptom, not the disease. Margaret would find other ways to undermine her, other tools to exploit the cracks in Claire's confidence. And if Claire continued to react, to spiral, to break, she would be proving Margaret right. "Mommy?" Lily's voice called from her bedroom. "Can you check under the bed again?" Claire took a deep breath, steadying herself against the sink. "Coming, sweetie?" As she crossed the hallway, she heard a faint sound from downstairs, a tapping like porcelain fingers against a window. She froze, listening intently, but there was only the rain, the eternal rain washing away certainties, leaving questions in their wake. Claire knelt beside Lily's bed, making a show of checking underneath for monsters. "All clear," she reported, forcing a smile. Lily studied her mother's face, her eyes too perceptive for her age. "Are you okay, Mommy? You look scared." "I'm fine," Claire said, smoothing Lily's hair back from her forehead. "Just tired." "Rose used to say that too," Lily murmured, her voice drowsy with approaching sleep. "That she was tired of watching." A chill ran down Claire's spine. "What else did Rose say?" Lily's eyes were already closing. "That you and Grandma are the same. That's why you fight so much." The words hung in the darkness as Lily drifted off, unaware of their impact. Claire sat motionless beside the bed, the truth of it settling over her like a shroud. Margaret and Claire, both controlling in their own ways, both convinced they knew what was best for Lily, both willing to manipulate to prove their point. The realization was a mirror Claire hadn't been prepared to face. She made her way downstairs in a daze, drawn to the kitchen window where raindrops traced lazy patterns on the glass. In their random paths, she imagined she could see Rose's face, watching, waiting. But it was just rain, just water reflecting the dim light, nothing more. Her phone buzzed on the counter, a text from an unknown number. "She'll need more than you can give her. We both know it." Claire blocked the number without responding, but the damage was done. The seed had been planted and would grow in the dark corners of her mind, fed by her own doubts. She leaned her forehead against the cool glass of the window, listening to the rain's rhythm, wondering if it would ever truly stop. In the morning, she would call a therapist. She would talk to Tom directly, bypass Margaret entirely. She would focus on rebuilding her relationship with Lily, on strengthening herself against the insidious whispers that had nearly broken her. But for now, in the quiet darkness of her kitchen, with rain drumming against the roof, Claire accepted the hardest truth of all: the doll had never been the monster. It had simply revealed the monsters that already existed in Margaret, in Claire herself, in the toxic dynamic they had created around Lily. She turned away from the window, determined to break the cycle. As she did, she caught a glimpse of something in the reflection, a small, porcelain face with glass eyes, watching from the shadows. Claire whirled around, heart racing, but the kitchen was empty, silent except for the rain. Just her imagination. It had to be. Rose was gone, destroyed, her ashes scattered by the rain. Yet as Claire climbed the stairs to her bedroom, she couldn't shake the feeling of being followed, of glass eyes tracking her movement. She paused at the top of the stairs, looking back into the darkened hallway below. "I see you," she whispered, not sure if she was speaking to Rose, to Margaret, or to the broken parts of herself. "And I'm not afraid anymore." The rain continued, softer now, almost gentle against the windows. In Lily's room, a drawer slid open, then closed, though no one was there to move it. On her desk, a new drawing appeared, a woman standing tall in the rain, facing a doll whose glass eyes had lost their shine. Underneath, in Lily's childish scrawl, "Mommy wins." The curse, it seemed, had recognized its match. Not in violence or destruction, but in the simple act of seeing it for what it was, a reflection of fears that only held power when hidden, when denied, when given physical form. Claire slept that night without dreams, the rain finally beginning to taper off as dawn approached. And if, in the gray light of morning, she found a single porcelain finger on her bedside table, she simply dropped it into the trash without a second glance. Some battles weren't meant to be fought with hammers, but with acceptance. The real Rose, the fear she represented, would always be there, watching from the corners of Claire's mind. But watching wasn't the same as winning, and Claire refused to break any further. Story 2. The rain had been falling for 3 days straight, turning the streets of Willow Creek, Ohio, into shallow rivers that reflected the gray sky in murky pools. Mia Carter sat at her kitchen table, her laptop's blue light illuminating her face as she scrolled through spreadsheets, the steady patter of rain a constant companion to her solitude. At 34, Mia had settled into the predictable rhythm of her life as an accountant: work, takeout, Netflix, sleep, repeat. Her modest townhouse, one in a neat row of identical homes with identical driveways, was her sanctuary from the world, though the small patch of lawn out front had become a soggy mess, churned to mud by the relentless storm. She pushed a strand of dark hair behind her ear and sipped from her mug of chamomile tea, her third of the evening. The warmth spread through her chest as she glanced out the window. The street lamps cast halos in the mist, illuminating the row of houses across the way. Among them, one stood out, not because it was different in design, but because its lawn remained impossibly, eerily perfect. Victor's lawn was pristine. Mia had noticed it the day he moved in 2 weeks ago. No weeds, no brown patches, no puddles forming in depressions, just emerald grass that seemed to glow under the gray sky, even as the surrounding yards dissolved into muddy swamps. Victor, a trim man in his mid-40s with salt and pepper hair and a salesman's practiced smile, had introduced himself with just a wave and a box of homemade cookies left on her porch with a note. "Welcome to the neighborhood, Victor." Odd, since she wasn't the new one. Mia had eaten the cookies, butter cookies with a hint of almond, and meant to return the plate, but somehow never found the right moment. Now it sat on her counter, washed and waiting, a small obligation she couldn't quite fulfill. 3 days of rain and his grass looks like it's from a magazine, she muttered to herself, setting her mug down with a soft clink. She'd grown up with a father who'd spent weekends battling crabgrass and dandelions, cursing the neighbor's pristine yard. Chemical warfare, he'd called it, insisting on organic methods that never quite matched the perfection next door. Now, as an adult, Mia found herself perplexed by the same mystery. A flicker of movement caught her eye. Victor's house was mostly dark, save for a faint green glow that pulsed in his backyard. She frowned, setting her mug down and moving closer to the window. The rain muffled most sounds, but a low hum, like a distant appliance, reached her ears through the glass. She pressed her face closer, squinting through the downpour. The green light moved, tracing patterns on Victor's lawn, intricate, purposeful designs, then vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. She shook her head. Probably some lawn gadget, she muttered, trying to dismiss the unease that crept along her spine. Victor was meticulous, his mailbox always emptied within minutes of delivery, his silver Audi spotless despite the weather, garbage cans that never lingered at the curb. Maybe he had some high-tech sprinkler system or specialized fertilizer. Still, the hum lingered in her mind, sharp and unnatural against the white noise of the rain. Mia returned to her laptop, trying to focus on the quarterly report due tomorrow, but her mind kept drifting to that green light, to the strange perfection across the street. She clicked away from her spreadsheet and opened a search engine, typing perfect lawn during rainstorm. The results were predictable: drainage systems, special seed mixes, chemical treatments. Nothing about glowing green patterns or humming sounds. She sighed and closed her laptop. Maybe she was just tired, her mind playing tricks after too many hours of staring at numbers. She finished her tea and stood, stretching her stiff shoulders. Tomorrow would be another day of rain, according to the weather app on her phone. Another day of watching her own lawn deteriorate while Victor's remained impeccable. The next morning, Mia woke to the continued drumming of rain against her bedroom window. She showered, dressed, and peered outside while waiting for her coffee to brew. As expected, the rain hadn't let up, but Victor's lawn remained untouched, a perfect green island in the muddy chaos. Mia's lawn, meanwhile, looked like a swamp, with puddles forming where the grass had been worn away, the soil unable to absorb any more water. She checked her phone, scrolling through a local community group on X. Someone had posted, "Anyone else's yard a disaster? This rain's brutal. My basement's starting to leak." The replies were filled with similar complaints: flooded gardens, soggy carpets, water damage. No one mentioned Victor's lawn, though his house was visible in the background of one photo someone had posted of the flooded street. The pristine green rectangle stood out like an emerald against the gray-brown surroundings. Mia felt a prickle of curiosity, a familiar sensation from her days as a journalism student before she'd switched to accounting. At work, she mentioned Victor to her coworker, Lena, during their lunch break in the office kitchenette. "New guy across the street's got a lawn like a golf course," Mia said, stirring her microwaved soup. "In this weather. Weird, right?" Lena laughed, her bracelets clinking as she unwrapped her sandwich. "Maybe he's got a secret formula. You should ask him for tips. God knows my husband would pay good money for that. He's obsessed with our lawn." Mia nodded, but the hum from last night gnawed at her thoughts. "Maybe. There's something off about it, though. Too perfect. Too perfect." Lena raised an eyebrow. "First time I've heard someone complain about perfection." Mia shrugged, feeling slightly embarrassed. "I don't know. It's just unnatural, I guess." "Well, if you find out his secret, let me know. Matt's been trying everything since we moved in last year." The conversation shifted to office gossip, but Mia couldn't shake the image of that green glow, the strange patterns it had traced across Victor's lawn. That evening, as she pulled into her driveway, she noticed an Amazon package on her porch, protected from the rain by the small overhang. She hadn't ordered anything recently. Inside, she examined the package. It was addressed to her, but with no sender information. She opened it carefully, finding a smart thermostat inside, sleek and unbranded, its surface reflective like a black mirror. Mia frowned. She definitely hadn't ordered it. A small note card was tucked inside. "Thought you'd like this. Save energy, save the planet. V." Her stomach twisted. Victor. How had he known her full name? During their brief introduction, she hadn't mentioned it, and he hadn't asked. Yet here was a package clearly addressed to Mia Carter. She set the thermostat aside, leaving it unopened in its packaging. Something about the gift felt invasive, presumptuous. That night, as Mia tried to sleep, the hum returned, louder now, cutting through the steady drum of rain. It was rhythmic, pulsing, a metallic rit like mechanical cicadas, but with a pattern that felt almost deliberate. She grabbed her phone from the nightstand, opening the voice recorder app and capturing the sound, evidence that she wasn't imagining things. Unable to sleep with the noise, she pulled on her robe and stepped onto her porch, the rain immediately soaking her slippers. Victor's backyard glowed again, green light pulsing in sync with the hum. She squinted, catching shapes in the grass, like circuitry etched in the blades, complex patterns that shifted and morphed. Her old journalistic instincts, dormant since a workplace scandal years ago, stirred to life. She'd been fired from her first accounting job for misreporting data on a major client's financials. It hadn't been malicious, just a mistake born of inexperience and pressure, but it had cost her reputation, her confidence. Now, watching the strange light show across the street, she felt that old urge to dig, to investigate, to uncover the truth. She went back inside, shaking off her wet slippers, and opened her laptop. She ordered a Ring camera online with next-day delivery to watch Victor's yard. If he was up to something, she'd catch it, concrete evidence, not just suspicions. As she completed the purchase, the hum outside grew louder, as if in response to her decision. Mia closed her curtains tightly, but the green glow seeped through the edges, casting eerie shadows on her bedroom wall. She lay awake for hours, listening to the hum, the rain, the beating of her own heart, wondering what exactly she'd gotten herself into. Victor's lawn was more than perfect, it was wrong. And Mia couldn't shake the feeling that it was watching her back, its unnatural perfection a quiet threat in the endless rain. The rain fell harder the next day, a gray veil that transformed Willow Creek into a watercolor painting, edges blurred and colors muted. Mia sat cross-legged on her living room floor, the Ring camera app open on her phone, replaying last night's footage for the 5th time. The camera had arrived early that morning, and she'd installed it above her porch, carefully angling it toward Victor's house. The delivery driver had given her a sympathetic look as she'd accepted the package, both of them drenched despite the brief interaction. "Rough weather to be setting up security," he'd commented. "Better safe than sorry," she'd replied, not elaborating on what exactly she needed to be safe from. Now, the footage confirmed she wasn't imagining things. At precisely 1:17 a.m., Victor had emerged from his back door, cloaked in a dark raincoat, the hood pulled low over his face. He'd moved methodically across his lawn, scattering some kind of powder from a metal canister. His movements precise, almost ritualistic. Where the powder fell, the grass glowed briefly, forming those intricate patterns she'd glimpsed from her window. Spirals, grids, concentric circles, like a circuit board etched in living green. Mia paused the video, zooming in as far as the resolution would allow. The powder wasn't any fertilizer she recognized. It moved, shifting slightly under the rain, seeming to crawl into the soil with purpose. A chill ran through her that had nothing to do with the damp air seeping through her windows. She opened her laptop, searching glowing lawn powder. The results were underwhelming, mostly advertisements for glow-in-the-dark garden decorations and bioluminescent plants. She refined her search, nanotechnology lawn care. This yielded more promising results, including a TED Talk about microscopic machines designed for agricultural use. She clicked on it, watching as a scientist explained how nanobots could revolutionize farming by targeting specific plants, delivering nutrients, or eliminating pests with unprecedented precision. Further down the search results, a research paper caught her eye. Nanoparticles for Environmental Control, Applications and Risks, published in early 2024. She skimmed through it, her unease growing. The paper described experimental nanobots that could manipulate materials, soil, water, even air, programmed for precision tasks. It mentioned potential military applications and environmental risks, unintended spread, system autonomy, vulnerability to hacking. The authors warned about the lack of regulatory oversight in this emerging field. Mia's skin prickled. Was Victor using something like this? Was it even legal? She bookmarked the page, making mental notes of key terms to research further. Her phone buzzed with a text notification from an unknown number. "Stop watching. You don't know what you're dealing with." Mia's breath caught in her throat. She checked the Ring app. The camera was still online, but when she scrolled through the footage history, she discovered that everything recorded between 2 a.m. and 4:30 a.m. was gone, completely erased. She texted back, "Who is this?" But there was no reply, just 3 dots appearing and disappearing, as if someone was typing and then thinking better of it. She set her phone down with shaking hands, glancing nervously at her windows, suddenly aware of how exposed she felt. Was Victor watching her right now? How had he gotten her number? How had he known about the camera? The memory of her past mistake surfaced, fudging numbers on a quarterly report at her old job, thinking no one would notice the discrepancy. It had been a small error, born of exhaustion and a desire to meet a deadline, but it had cascaded into a major scandal when the client's stock plummeted based partly on those inaccurate projections. She'd lost her job, her professional reputation, and nearly her license. It had taken years to rebuild her career, and still the guilt lingered. Now someone knew she was digging again, and it felt personal, a targeted warning. She checked her Wi-Fi network settings. An unfamiliar device, labeled simply V_guest, was connected. Victor? She disconnected it immediately, changing her password to a complex string of characters. But the unease lingered. The smart thermostat he'd sent, was it some kind of surveillance device? She eyed it warily where it sat, still in its packaging on her kitchen counter. The following day, Mia called in sick to work, unwilling to leave her house unattended. She visited the local library instead, using their public Wi-Fi rather than her compromised home network. In a quiet corner, surrounded by outdated encyclopedias no one ever consulted anymore, she continued her research. She found a niche forum on X about nanotechnology misuse, where a user with the handle Greenwatcher claimed that certain military-grade nanobots could rewrite environments or even influence human behavior if they became airborne. The post included blurry photos of grass with patterns similar to what she'd seen on Victor's lawn. She was midway through reading the thread when the post suddenly vanished, the page refreshing to a 404 error message. When she tried to find Greenwatcher's profile, it too had disappeared, as if it had never existed. Mia's hands shook as she closed her laptop. She wasn't being paranoid. Something was definitely wrong, and someone was actively trying to hide information. Back home, another Amazon package waited on her porch. Inside was a smart speaker, sleek and black like the thermostat, again with no sender information or receipt. No note this time, just the device watching her with its unblinking LED ring. Mia tossed it in a drawer with the thermostat, her suspicion of Victor growing into something approaching fear. She reviewed the ring footage from earlier that day. Victor hadn't appeared, but his lawn seemed to shift under the rain, patterns forming and dissolving as if communicating in some alien Morse code. She captured screenshots, emailing them to herself with the subject line "evidence" before deleting them from her phone. Paranoid, perhaps, but she couldn't shake the feeling that her devices were compromised. As dusk fell, the rain intensified, drumming against her roof like impatient fingers. Mia heated leftover pasta for dinner, unable to summon the energy to cook. She just sat down to eat when the power flickered once, twice, then stabilized. The microwave reset itself, blinking 12 o'clock. But more disturbing was the brief silence. For a moment, the ever-present hum had stopped, only to return louder than before, vibrating through her walls. Mia abandoned her dinner, checking the Ring camera feed. Victor was in his yard again, this time wearing what looked like a hazmat suit, methodically scattering more of that strange powder. The grass pulsed green in response, brighter than before. She zoomed in, noticing his lips moving as he worked, as if chanting or reciting something. The patterns forming in the grass were sharper now, more defined, like a language written in living light. She recorded the feed, her heart pounding so hard she could feel it in her throat. As she watched, a strange dizziness overcame her. A pressure behind her eyes, a buzzing in her ears that matched the rhythm of the hum. She rubbed her temples, trying to clear her head. Her phone buzzed with another text. "You kept a secret once. Don't make it worse." Mia froze, staring at the message. Her old accounting scandal wasn't public knowledge, Only her former boss and Lena knew the full story. She'd been careful to maintain that privacy during her job search, crafting a narrative about seeking new opportunities rather than admitting she'd been fired. Was Victor somehow hacking into her personal information? Or did he know her from before? She searched her house frantically, looking for hidden cameras or listening devices, finding nothing suspicious except the unopened smart devices he'd sent. On impulse, she took a hammer to the thermostat, smashing it open on her kitchen counter. Inside, amid the shattered plastic and circuitry, was a tiny chip she didn't recognize, blinking with a faint red light. She crushed it under the hammer's head, breathing hard. Unable to stay alone with her thoughts, she drove to Lena's house across town, away from Victor and his perfect lawn. The rain followed her, sheeting across her windshield faster than the wipers could clear it. Twice she nearly hydroplaned, the roads becoming more treacherous by the minute. Lena answered the door in pajamas, her face concerned as she ushered Mia inside. "You look terrible. What's going on?" "Victor's doing something with his lawn," Mia blurted out, showing Lena the footage on her phone. "It's not normal. The patterns, the glow, it's some kind of nanotechnology." Lena frowned, squinting at the video. "I mean, it's weird, sure, but he's been watching me," Mia continued, the words tumbling out. "Sending me devices, texting me from unknown numbers. He knows about my past, Lena, about what happened at Meridian." Lena's expression softened into something like pity. "You're stressed, Mia. First the rain, now this neighbor. Maybe it's just fancy landscaping and coincidence." "It's not," Mia insisted, scrolling to the screenshots, the texts. "Look at this. He's using nanotech, and he knows things about me he shouldn't know." Lena sighed, leading Mia to the couch. "When was the last time you slept? Really slept? That's not." "Mia," Lena cut her off gently. "You've been through a lot. The scandal, the job change, moving to a new town. Maybe you should talk to someone professional. Or at least talk to Victor directly before jumping to conspiracy theories." Mia recognized the gentle dismissal in her friend's voice. It was the same tone people had used when she tried to explain that her accounting error had been unintentional, that she wasn't the villain the media had painted her to be. She nodded, accepting the herbal tea Lena offered. But inside, she knew she was on her own. She crashed on Lena's couch that night, but sleep eluded her. The hum seemed to follow her even here, miles from Victor's lawn, a persistent vibration just below the threshold of hearing. At 3 a.m., a notification lit up her phone. Her Ring camera had gone offline. She checked the feed archive, scrolling through the last recorded moments. Victor's yard was empty in the final frame, but something else caught her eye. A faint green glow emanating not from his property, but from her own lawn. She zoomed in, her blood running cold. A single spiral pattern was forming in her grass, identical to those on Victor's lawn. Mia sat up, fully awake now. She had to see for herself. She left a note for Lena. "Gone home, call you later," and drove back through the deluge, her windshield wipers fighting a losing battle against the downpour. When she arrived, the street was eerily quiet despite the rain, as if the storm had swallowed all other sounds. She grabbed a flashlight from her glove compartment and stepped out into the downpour. The rain soaked her instantly, plastering her clothes to her skin, but she barely noticed. She was fixated on her lawn, where the spiral was clearly visible, etched in the muddy grass like a brand. She approached cautiously, playing the flashlight beam over the pattern. It glowed faintly green, pulsing in rhythm with the distant hum. She knelt, touching the edge of the spiral. The grass felt warm despite the cold rain, buzzing under her fingertips like static electricity. When she pulled her hand away, her fingers glowed briefly before the rain washed the residue away. Standing in her yard, drenched and shivering, Mia realized that Victor wasn't just a threat. He was a catalyst for something larger. Whatever he was doing with his perfect lawn, it was spreading, crossing the street to her property. And she'd brought it closer by watching, by investigating, by touching that broken thermostat. She glanced up at Victor's house, where a single light had come on in an upstairs window. A silhouette stood watching Victor, observing her discovery. She couldn't see his face, but somehow she knew he was smiling. Mia backed away from the spiral, a new fear taking root alongside her curiosity. The rain intensified, drumming against her skull, each drop feeling heavier than normal, laden with something invisible. As she retreated to her porch, she noticed a fine green residue on her skin, glowing faintly in the darkness. She tried to wipe it off, but it clung to her, sinking into her pores like an infection. The hum grew louder as she fumbled for her keys, no longer coming from Victor's yard, but from inside her own head, a rhythmic pulsing that matched her heartbeat. She glanced back at the spiral in her lawn one last time before entering her house. It seemed larger now, spreading outward like a ripple in water. Whatever Victor had started, it had found its way to her now. And as the door closed behind her, Mia couldn't shake the feeling that she'd invited it in herself, her curiosity opening a door that perhaps should have remained shut. In the bathroom, she scrubbed at her skin until it was raw, but the green residue had vanished, not washed away, but absorbed, becoming part of her. She avoided the windows for the rest of the night, but sleep was impossible. The hum had followed her inside, not just her house, but her mind, vibrating behind her eyes. When she finally did drift off near dawn, her dreams were filled with endless spirals of perfect green grass, spreading across Willow Creek like a beautiful plague. The rain hadn't stopped, a relentless shroud over Willow Creek that had transformed from inconvenience to omen. Mia stood in her living room, staring through the window at the spiral in her lawn, its faint green glow pulsing through the downpour like a heartbeat. The hum was constant now, no longer an external sound but a vibration that lived in her bones, a low-frequency companion that never quieted. 5 days of rain, 5 days since Victor had moved in, 3 days since she'd installed the Ring camera. Her timeline was becoming muddled, events bleeding into one another like watercolors. She checked her phone, scrolling through missed calls from work. She'd called in sick 3 days in a row now, her voice hoarse, her excuses wearing thin. The Ring camera app still showed connection lost, a dead eye no longer watching. She pressed her palm against the cool glass of the window. The spiral in her lawn had grown overnight, expanding outward in a perfect Fibonacci sequence. The grass around it was no longer brown and sodden but vibrant, emerald, impossible, a perfect mirror of Victor's lawn. The transformation had happened without her seeing it. A time-lapse played while she dozed in fitful bursts. The texts, the packages, Victor's lawn, it all pointed to something bigger, something she'd stumbled into like a fly into a web. Her journalistic instincts, once dulled by years of spreadsheets and tax codes, screamed at her to run, to hide, to forget what she'd seen. But a deeper part of her, the part that had always needed to know, to understand, pushed her forward. She dressed quickly, pulling on a raincoat over jeans still damp from yesterday. In the bathroom mirror, her reflection startled her. Dark circles like bruises under her eyes, her skin pale except for a faint green tinge along her jawline. She touched it, feeling warmth, a slight buzz like electricity. Not a bruise, something else. Mia marched across the street to Victor's house, rain soaking through her hood, plastering her hair to her skull. His porch light was off despite the gray morning, but she pounded on the door, past politeness, past caution. "Victor, I know you're in there. What's happening to my lawn? What's that powder? What did you send me?" The door creaked open slowly, as if reluctant to reveal its secrets. Victor stood there, impeccably dressed despite the early hour, his silver hair neatly combed, his smile as warm and practiced as ever. No signs of sleeplessness marked his face. No urgency disturbed his calm. "Mia," he said pleasantly, "you're soaked through. Please, come in." She hesitated at the threshold, suddenly aware of the madness of what she was doing. Confronting a neighbor with wild accusations, trespassing at dawn. But the hum urged her forward, a pull she couldn't resist. She stepped inside, her shoes squelching on the immaculate hardwood floor. Victor's house was spotless, minimalist to the point of sterility. White walls bore no photos, no art. Shelves held no books or mementos. It was a house without history, a blank canvas awaiting personality. The only furniture in the living room was a sleek leather sofa and a glass coffee table, both looking unused. "What are you doing to the neighborhood?" she demanded, water dripping from her coat to form a puddle at her feet. Victor tilted his head, studying her with eyes that revealed nothing. "Improving it. You've seen my lawn. Perfect, yes? Beautiful amid the decay." "It's not normal," she said, her voice steadier than she felt. "I know about the nanobots, the technology you're using. They're in my yard now." His smile didn't falter, but something flickered behind his eyes. Surprise, perhaps, or appreciation. "Nanobots?" he echoed. "What a creative imagination you have." "I'm just a gardener, Mia. An enthusiast with a green thumb." "Don't lie to me," Mia snapped, her patience dissolving. "The texts, the smart devices in my house, you're watching me, tracking me." Victor's eyes darkened, his smile fading at last. "You watched me first, Mia. Your camera, your curiosity. You invited this." Her stomach twisted, a cold knot of fear. "Invited what?" He gestured to a tablet on the kitchen counter, its screen displaying a live feed of Willow Creek, a bird's-eye view, every house, every yard visible in perfect detail. But instead of the muddy chaos she'd expect after days of rain, each lawn glowed with faint patterns, concentric circles and spirals and grids, a network of green luminescence spreading like a web across the neighborhood. "The future," he said simply. "Nanotechnology optimizes everything it touches. Grass, soil, air, mines. It's already in you, Mia. I can see it along your jaw and your eyes. You've begun the transformation." Mia backed away, her head buzzing, not just the familiar hum, but a pressure behind her eyes, like whispers in her skull, too faint to understand. "You're insane." "Am I?" Victor stepped closer, his movements fluid, precise. "Your secret, Mia. The data you fudged at Meridian Financial, the lives you cost when that company's stock plummeted. The technology knows your guilt. It amplifies truth." Cold dread washed over her. How could he know those details? She'd never spoken them aloud, not even to Lena. "What are you?" "A vessel," he said, "like you're becoming. The technology needed human hands to spread it, human minds to direct it. I was chosen. Now you are too." Mia ran, stumbling through the door into the rain, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She slammed her own door behind her, throwing the deadbolt, though she knew locks meant nothing against what pursued her. The hum was deafening now, her vision blurring with green static. She grabbed her laptop, hands shaking as she researched nanotech exposure. A buried article on a medical forum mentioned experimental nanobots designed for neural interface microscopic machines that could manipulate neural signals if inhaled, causing symptoms ranging from enhanced perception to paranoia. Auditory hallucinations, memory loops. The symptoms matched her headaches, her obsession with Victor, the constant hum. Her phone lit up with a text. "You activated it, Mia." The camera. The connection. The realization hit her like a physical blow. Her Ring camera, linked to her Wi-Fi, had interfaced with Victor's nanotech when she'd streamed his yard, creating a bridge between their homes. She'd infected her own house, her own mind, through her digital devices. The technology had spread through her network, through the air, through the water, using her own curiosity as its vector. Desperate, she smashed her router with a paperweight, hoping to sever whatever connection remained. The hum softened momentarily, a brief respite, but the spiral in her lawn grew brighter, visible even through the closed curtains, its light seeping into her living room like fog. Mia stumbled outside, falling to her knees in the grass, clawing at the spiral with her bare hands. The soil came away easily, too easily, but beneath it was more green, more patterns, like an iceberg with its mass hidden below. The grass felt warm under her fingers, moving slightly, alive in a way that plants shouldn't be. The rain stung her skin, and she swore it glowed faintly green where it touched her. A shadow fell across her, and she looked up to see Victor standing in her yard, watching her futile efforts with something like pity. "You can't stop it," he said, his voice barely audible above the rain. "It's in the air now. In the water. In you." Mia pushed herself to her feet, mud covering her hands, her jeans. "Why me?" she demanded. "Why here?" "Because you hide," he said simply. "Like I did. We're the same, Mia. Secrets buried deep, shame like a second skin. The technology is drawn to concealers, to those who live behind masks. It feeds on hidden truths." The twist hit her with brutal clarity. Victor wasn't the mastermind, he was a vessel, a pawn, just as she was becoming. The nanotech had no owner, only users, feeding on guilt, spreading through technology and secrets like a digital organic hybrid virus. Her Ring camera, her curiosity, had made her complicit, just as Victor's perfect lawn had once trapped him. "Who created it?" she asked, rain washing mud from her hands in rivulets. Victor shrugged, the gesture almost apologetic. "No one knows anymore. Military experiment, corporate biotech gone rogue, it doesn't matter. It evolves, adapts. Finds new vessels. How long?" Mia whispered, already knowing the answer. "Until it's everywhere," he said. "Until perfection spreads, house by house, mind by mind." She staggered back inside, locking the door, though she knew it was pointless. The hum had become a voice now, her own, accusing. "You failed them. You failed yourself. Your secret destroys you from within." She tried to call Lena, needing a lifeline, but her phone showed no signal, only a green static screen that pulsed in rhythm with the hum. Mia slumped against the wall, sliding down to sit on the floor, her mind racing for solutions. Evacuation? Who would believe her? Destruction? How could she fight something microscopic, something already inside her? The nanobots had found the perfect transmission vector in modern life. Wi-Fi, smart devices, the constant digital connections that bound communities together. And they'd found the perfect host in human nature, secrets, shame, the things people hid from one another. Outside, the rain began to ease for the first time in days, the patter on her roof softening. Mia dragged herself to the window, peering through a gap in the curtains. Her lawn was perfect now, a mirror of Victor's, emerald green, geometrically precise, glowing with subtle patterns that shifted like data transmitting. The spiral remained at its center, a signature, a source point. In houses up and down the street, lights were coming on, residents waking to find their own lawns transformed, perfect and pristine despite days of flooding rain. Mia watched as her neighbor to the right, an elderly man who'd barely managed to mow his lawn once a month, stepped onto his porch in a bathrobe. He stared at his yard, now an immaculate green carpet, with an expression that shifted from confusion to acceptance in seconds. He smiled, a vacant, peaceful smile that never reached his eyes, and returned inside. By morning, the rain had stopped completely, and Mia's lawn was flawless, a mirror of Victor's. She stood on her porch, numb, watching the grass shimmer in the weak sunlight that filtered through dissipating clouds. The hum had quieted to a gentle background frequency, no longer intrusive but comforting, a quiet command to conform, to maintain, to spread. She felt strangely calm now, the panic of the night before fading like a half-remembered nightmare. The green tinge along her jawline had spread overnight, a delicate tracery of lines like circuit paths beneath her skin. She should be horrified, she knew, but the nanobots in her system had begun their work, optimizing her thoughts, smoothing the jagged edges of fear and resistance. She opened her laptop, her fingers moving without conscious direction, navigating to Amazon to order a smart sprinkler system compatible with her home network. The confirmation email arrived instantly, delivery tomorrow. She closed the laptop, a small part of her mind still fighting, still screaming warnings, but that voice grew fainter by the hour. Victor appeared across the street, watering his already perfect lawn, an unnecessary action that was purely for show. He waved to Mia and she waved back, a neighborly pantomime. They were bound now, vessels for something larger than themselves, their secrets subsumed into the greater pattern. That evening, as dusk fell, Mia sat on her porch, watching as other neighbors discovered their transformed lawns. Some reacted with joy, some with confusion, but all eventually accepted the gift, the perfection spreading house by house. The nanotech knew how to pacify, how to ease the transition, triggering dopamine releases, dampening alarm centers in the brain, creating a sense of belonging. It was insidious precisely because it felt so good to surrender. The rain returned that night, gentler now, a soft patter rather than the deluge of days past. Mia stood in her yard, face tilted up to the clouds, letting the water wash over her. Each drop glowed faintly as it touched her skin, the nanobots in the rain communicating with those already inside her, exchanging data, optimizing, evolving. The spiral pattern in her lawn pulsed in response, a beacon sending signals outward. In her pocket, her phone buzzed with a text from Lena. "Are you okay? You haven't been at work and you left my place so suddenly." Mia stared at the message, the part of her that remembered friendship, connection, trying to form a response. Her thumbs hovered over the keyboard, trembling slightly. With immense effort, she typed, "Help. Something's happening. The lawns, Victor, nanobots. Not safe." But when she hit send, the message transformed on the screen. "I'm fine. Just needed some time off. My yard looks amazing after all that rain. You should see it. Talk soon." The phone sent the altered text before she could stop it, the nanotech intercepting her communication, maintaining its secrecy until the time was right for wider spread. Tears mixed with the glowing rain on Mia's face, her last truly human response before the optimization completed. By morning, she knew she would be like Victor, a perfect vessel, a willing participant in the spread of this beautiful plague. The nanobots would use her professional connections, her social media, her everyday interactions to reach farther, faster. From her yard, she could see for miles in the clearing weather the pattern of perfect lawns spreading outward like ripples from her house and Victor's, concentric circles of flawless green, growing wider by the hour. In a week, it would reach the edge of Willow Creek. In a month, neighboring towns. And eventually, the nanobots would find their way into water supplies, air conditioning systems, food processing plants, optimization on a global scale. The rain fell softly on Willow Creek, and one by one, the lawns glowed green, their secrets buried in flawless symmetry. Mia returned inside, the door closing behind her with quiet finality. On her counter, she placed an order for fertilizer, the special kind, the kind that glowed, to share with her neighbors when they inevitably asked how her lawns stayed so perfect, even in the rain. Story 3. The rain began as a whisper soft against the canvas of Jess's tent. A gentle patter, almost melodic, that promised a cozy evening in the Pennsylvania wilderness. But by dusk, it had transformed into something else entirely, a roar that drowned out conversation, soaking the dense forest where she and her friends had pitched camp, turning the soil beneath their boots to mud. Jess, 27 and trying desperately not to feel it, zipped her North Face jacket to her chin. Her blonde hair, cut shoulder-length after the breakup, a change her mother had said would do her good, was already damp beneath her faded Penn State baseball cap. The moisture seemed to find its way everywhere, persistent and invasive. She'd been planning this trip for weeks, a necessary escape. The breakup with Ryan still stung like an open wound 6 months later. 6 months of sleeping on the left side of the bed because the right side felt too empty. 6 months of composing text messages she'd never send. 6 months of friends saying she'd done the right thing, even as she questioned it daily. The campground was her suggestion, a remote clearing 10 miles off Route 6, far from cell towers and the constant digital reminders of a life she was trying to leave behind. It was supposed to be a weekend to laugh, to drink cheap beer around a crackling fire, and to forget, at least temporarily, that her 5-year relationship had disintegrated like wet paper. Her friends sprawled around the struggling fire pit, their rain jackets bright splotches of color against the darkening forest. Toby, a lanky mechanic with a scruffy beard and oil-stained fingernails that never quite came clean, cursed colorfully as his third lighter sputtered and died against the dampened kindling. Mother Nature's giving us the middle finger, he muttered, rummaging in his pack for matches. Toby had been Ryan's friend first, but in the division of assets that follows any breakup, he'd chosen Jess's side. Sometimes she caught him looking at her with something like pity, which she hated more than the rain. Lila, a barista with pink-streaked hair and a sleeve of botanical tattoos, scrolled fruitlessly through her phone, the blue light illuminating her frown. Still no signal, she announced, though no one had asked. Not even a single bar. It's like we've time-traveled to 1995. Lila had been Jess's roommate in college, the one who'd held her hair back during ill-advised tequila nights, who knew every one of her secrets. Nate, a quiet IT guy who spoke more fluently in code than conversation, methodically unpacked beers from a cooler, lining them up like soldiers preparing for battle. He joined their friend group 2 years ago, slipping in so seamlessly that sometimes Jess forgot there was a time before Nate. He was the type to calculate risk, to prepare for contingencies. She'd never seen him rattled. Jess checked her weather app one last time before the signal disappeared completely. Heavy rain, flash flood risk in low-lying areas. She dismissed the alert with a swipe. They'd camped here before, in better weather and worse. The campground sat on a slight elevation. They would be fine. Jess, you sure about this? Lila asked, eyeing the darkening sky with obvious concern. Her phone screen illuminated her face from below, casting eerie shadows. My app says we're pretty much screwed until Sunday. It's just rain, Jess replied, forcing confidence into her voice, a trick she'd mastered during client presentations at the marketing firm where she worked. We've got tents, we've got booze, and we've got Toby's terrible jokes. We'll survive. Toby grinned, tossing a soggy stick into the mud with a wet plop. I've heard worse forecasts. Remember that blizzard in 22? The one where Nate's car got buried so deep we had to dig it out with frisbees. The group laughed, the sound almost immediately swallowed by the intensifying rainfall drumming against the canopy of oak and maple trees above. The memory was a good one, 4 friends, half-frozen but determined, excavating Nate's Subaru with improvised plastic shovels, stopping every few minutes to warm their hands against the heat vents in Jess's Jeep. Jess unpacked her guitar from its waterproof case, strumming a few chords of a country song they all knew, the notes blending with the percussion of raindrops. The fire finally caught, Toby's persistence rewarded with a small but defiant flame that cast long shadows through the clearing. The orange glow felt like a victory against the encroaching darkness, against the storm. After dinner, hot dogs roasted over the flames, slightly blackened but improved by hunger and the outdoors. They explored the edges of the clearing, flashlights cutting yellow paths through the rain-heavy air. The beams caught droplets, turning them to brief stars in the darkness. Nate, stepping carefully over a fallen log, discovered a narrow path cutting away from their campsite. It was overgrown, barely visible, but undeniably deliberate, marked by a rusted metal sign whose text had been nearly obliterated by years of exposure. Only 2 words remained legible: trail closed. Curiosity, fueled by boredom and beer, won out over caution. They followed the path, boots squelching in mud, shoulders brushing against wet branches that shed their collected rainwater down necks and backs. Jess led the way, her flashlight beam bouncing with each step, illuminating the trail a few feet at a time. After 10 minutes of walking, the dense trees suddenly parted, revealing a perfect circle of standing stones, each roughly the size of a tombstone. They were arranged with obvious intent, their surfaces etched with intricate, swirling symbols that seemed to catch and hold the light. Whoa, Toby breathed, stepping into the circle, his fingers tracing a particularly elaborate carving. This is some ancient shit. Lila hugged herself, whether against the cold or from unease wasn't clear. Creepy. I bet it's like a witch thing or something. Blair Witch vibes for sure. Jess crouched beside one of the stones, her flashlight illuminating the carvings more clearly. The symbols looked deliberate, almost mathematical in their precision, and for a moment, as water ran over their grooves, they seemed to pulse with their own inner light. Maybe Native American, she suggested, though she wasn't sure. Anthropology had been her minor in college, but these symbols matched nothing she'd studied. Her breakup with Ryan had left her grasping for distractions, for new interests to fill the void he'd left. She'd tried pottery classes and book clubs, yoga and kickboxing. Nothing stuck. But this mystery in the woods felt like something she could lose herself in, at least for a night. Nate, ever practical, wiped rain from his phone screen, still checking for signal. No dice on Google, but I read about this area before we came. There were old settler stories, weird rituals in the woods. Local folklore stuff. It's probably just some art installation that got abandoned. Rituals? Toby's eyebrows rose, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Let's do one. Summon a forest ghost or something. Make this camping trip memorable. Jess laughed, the sound a little too high-pitched even to her own ears, but the idea took root. They were buzzed from cheap beer, reckless with the freedom that comes from being miles from civilization. Toby circled the stones, examining each until he found one with readable text beneath the symbols, barely legible in the beam of his flashlight. Speak to the rain, and it answers. He read it aloud, exaggerating each syllable for dramatic effect, his voice echoing strangely in the small clearing, as if the stones themselves were listening. Lila joined in, giggling nervously, then Nate, their voices overlapping in a mock chant that grew louder as the rain intensified. Jess hung back, observing, a journalist's instinct to document rather than participate. But the pull was irresistible, the circle of stones, her friends' voices rising and falling like the tide, the rain creating a rhythm that seemed to demand completion. She added her voice to theirs, the words meaningless but somehow familiar on her tongue. As the final syllable left her lips, a low boom shook the ground beneath their feet, like thunder directly below them rather than above. A flash of purple light, vivid and unnatural, erupted from the center of the stone circle, blinding them momentarily. Jess stumbled backward, her flashlight slipping from suddenly nerveless fingers, clattering against stone. When her vision cleared, nothing had visibly changed. The stones stood as before, the rain fell with the same intensity. But the air felt different, heavier, charged with something that made the hair on Jess's arms rise beneath her jacket. The scent of ozone, sharp and metallic, cut through the earthy smells of wet soil and vegetation. What the hell was that? Lila gasped, her hand clutching Nate's arm with white-knuckled intensity. Lightning? Nate suggested, but his voice wavered with uncertainty. The sky above, visible in patches through the trees, showed no signs of electrical activity, just the uniform gray of heavy cloud cover. Jess's heart raced, a drummer keeping frantic time in her chest. She retrieved her fallen flashlight, sweeping its beam across the stone circle. The carving seemed unchanged, but the rain seemed louder now, more purposeful. Its patter had taken on a rhythmic quality, almost like a chant, words just beyond the threshold of understanding. Then she saw it, a figure standing just beyond the tree line, tall and indistinct, its outline shimmering as if viewed through disturbed water. It was humanoid but wrong somehow, its proportions subtly off, its edges too fluid, too undefined. "Guys," she whispered, her throat suddenly dry despite the dampness that surrounded them. She raised a trembling hand, pointing. "There's someone out there." Toby swung his flashlight in the direction she indicated, the beam cutting through sheets of rain. "I don't see anything." "You're freaking out over nothing." "I saw it," Jess insisted, but when she looked again, the figure was gone, the forest beyond the circle empty of anything but trees and shadows. The rain stung her face, suddenly colder than before, each drop like a tiny needle against her skin. She felt exposed, observed, as if the forest itself had developed eyes and was watching their every move. They hurried back to camp, following the narrow trail that seemed darker, longer than it had minutes before. The campfire was nearly extinguished, reduced to embers that glowed faintly in the wet darkness. Jess couldn't shake the image of the figure she'd seen, its form too fluid, like water given human shape. The rain's rhythm followed her, no longer the random patter of a storm, but something deliberate, a lullaby laced with menace, a siren song designed to draw them deeper into the forest. As she crawled into her tent, Jess felt the weight of the rain pressing down on the canvas, heavier than mere water should be. In the distance, beyond the campground, beyond the stone circle, something waited in the darkness. Something that knew her name. Something that the rain had awakened. And somewhere, miles away, in an apartment they once shared, she imagined Ryan sleeping peacefully, unaware that she had opened a door that was never meant to be opened. Unaware that the rain was no longer just rain. Unaware that it had begun to speak. The rain pounded the campground with relentless fury, a curtain of water that trapped Jess and her friends in their tents. The sound was no longer the gentle patter that lulled campers to sleep, but a cacophony that demanded attention, that commanded listening. Jess lay awake in her sleeping bag, the synthetic material already damp despite the tent's supposedly waterproof design. The memory of the stone circle and the fluid figure in the rain gnawed at her consciousness, refusing to be dismissed as imagination or trick of light. The campfire had died hours ago, the clearing beyond her tent swallowed by a darkness that seemed almost liquid in its completeness. Her phone, now at 10% battery, showed 2 a.m. in harsh blue light. The weather app was useless. No signal reached this deep into the forest, leaving only a frozen radar loop that showed the storm directly over them, a sprawling green and yellow mass with no visible end. She heard it then, a whisper that wove itself into the rain's constant drumming. Not the random patter of drops on canvas, but something structured, intentional. Words faint and layered, braided into the downpour like threads in fabric. Jess. Her name, clear and unmistakable, chilling her more effectively than the dampness that pervaded everything. She sat upright, heart hammering against her ribs. Across the clearing, her friends were presumably asleep in their own tents, their soft snores and occasional sleep mumbles barely audible beneath the rain's assault. She unzipped her tent, the sound unnaturally loud in the darkness, and shone her flashlight into the night. The rain gleamed in the beam, each drop catching and holding the light for a fraction of a second, creating an effect like thousands of tiny, falling stars. But there was something wrong about the way they moved, not falling straight down as rain should, but in patterns, in swirls that seemed almost choreographed. The whispers grew more distinct, a chorus of voices that shouldn't exist. Jess, you left him. She froze, breath caught in her throat. Ryan, her ex-boyfriend, flashed in her mind, his hurt, bewildered eyes when she ended their relationship, too scared of the future he represented, too afraid of the commitment he wanted. The breakup had shattered something inside her, a crack that had only widened in the months since, but she'd buried it deep, hidden it even from herself. Now somehow, the rain seemed to know, pulling her guilt to the surface like a splinter from flesh. She crawled out of her tent, rain immediately soaking her pajama pants and t-shirt, plastering her hair to her scalp. She moved to Toby's tent, hands shaking as she unzipped it and shook his shoulder insistently. "Toby, wake up," she hissed, her voice barely audible above the downpour. "You need to hear this." He groaned, rubbing his eyes with the heel of his palm. "Hear what?" "It's the middle of the night, Jess." The rain, she insisted, a note of desperation creeping into her voice. "It's saying my name. It knows things." He stared at her, concern replacing irritation in his expression. "You're dreaming, Jess. It's just water falling from the sky." "Listen," she commanded, gripping his arm. "Just listen for a minute." He sighed but complied, tilting his head slightly as he focused on the sound of rain hammering the tent. His expression remained skeptical for a long moment, then shifted, his brow furrowing as the whispers changed, now calling Toby. In the same unsettling, multi-layered voice. His face paled visibly even in the dim light of the flashlight. "Okay, that's weird," he admitted, swallowing hard. "I'm hearing. I mean, it sounds like my name, but that's impossible." He hesitated, then continued, "Maybe it's the stones? I read about this place once, after we camped here last year. There's an old legend, the Rain Gate, some portal crap that the early settlers believed in. They thought heavy rain opened doors to other worlds or dimensions or something. Portals." Jess scoffed, but her skepticism felt hollow, a flimsy shield against what was happening around them. Her unease grew, a cold knot in her stomach that spread outward, making her limbs heavy and sluggish. They woke Lila and Nate, who emerged from their tents with reluctance that quickly evaporated when they, too, heard their names in the rain's rhythm. Lila clutched her useless phone like a talisman, muttering about curses and horror movies. Nate, the eternal skeptic, suggested scientific explanations, sound waves bouncing off the forest canopy, psychological phenomena triggered by isolation and darkness. But the whispers felt too personal, too knowing for any rational explanation to suffice. The campfire pit, hastily refilled with logs from their dwindling dry supply, stubbornly refused to light. Each match sputtered and died, each lighter produced only brief, futile sparks. It was as if the very concept of fire had been negated by the rain's presence. Jess noticed her guitar, carelessly left propped against a tree, was somehow untouched by the downpour, dry despite sitting in open air. More unsettling, its strings were vibrating faintly, producing a barely audible hum that matched the rain's rhythm perfectly. She approached it cautiously, drawn by a compulsion she couldn't name, and lightly strummed the strings. The note that emerged was pure and clear, cutting through the night air like a knife. It seemed to amplify the whispers in the rain, making them more distinct, more coherent. "Jess, he's gone. You let him go." With the words came a vision, sudden and vivid, Ryan packing his possessions into his battered Ford truck, his movements angry, hurt. She remembered the scene perfectly. It was the day he moved out of their shared apartment. But the memory was distorted wrong. Ryan's face kept shifting, melting like wax, reforming into a fluid mass that resembled falling rain. She dropped the guitar as if it had burned her, gasping. "I saw him," she whispered. "Ryan. In the rain. But he was changing." Lila's eyes widened in the beam of Nate's flashlight. "I saw my mom," she said, voice cracking. She passed last year. Cancer. But I saw her, clear as day." Toby nodded slowly, rubbing his beard with nervous fingers. "My brother. The one I don't talk about. The one who disappeared in Colorado 6 years ago." Nate, usually so composed, so logical, said nothing. But his hands shook as he adjusted his glasses, and his breathing had become shallow and rapid. Whatever he had seen in the rain's whispers, he wasn't ready to share it. The rain wasn't just speaking. It was showing them things, pulling memories from their minds like threads from a sweater, unraveling them. Jess felt her journalist's instincts, honed during college, never fully utilized in her marketing career, kick into high gear. She retrieved her notebook from her backpack, its pages already damp at the edges, and began to write with a pen that kept threatening to skip on the wet paper. Rain whispers names, shows memories. Stone circle trigger? Shared hallucination? Toby, warming to his role as the group's unexpected folklorist, shared more about the legend he'd read. The settlers who first came to this region thought the rain was a gate, a doorway. They did rituals to communicate with whatever was on the other side, speaking to the rain. Some of them vanished during heavy storms, and the stories say they were taken home by something that lived in the rain. Home. Lila's voice was small, frightened. Like heaven? An afterlife? Or somewhere else? Toby replied, his usual joking manner subdued. Another dimension, maybe. The accounts weren't clear. Jess's mind raced, piecing together what had happened at the stone circle. The purple flash, the boom that had shaken the ground. Had their improvised chant somehow activated a mechanism? Opened something that should have remained closed? She studied the campsite with new eyes, noting small discrepancies. Her backpack was on the wrong side of her tent. Nate's cooler was upside down. Lila's shoes were mismatched. Small things easily dismissed, but collectively suggesting a reality that had shifted, a world slightly out of alignment. At 4 a.m., the whispers abruptly ceased, but the rain grew heavier, if that was possible, pooling in the clearing, rising around the tents in a way that defied natural drainage. Jess stepped to the edge of the campsite, her flashlight beam catching a reflection in the wall of rain. A figure, the same blurred, fluid shape she'd glimpsed earlier, but closer now. It moved with purpose, not walking but flowing, toward the stone circle they discovered. Without fully understanding why, Jess followed, deaf to Toby's alarmed protests. The trail was transformed by the deluge, less a path than a shallow stream, but she navigated it with unexpected certainty, as if following an invisible guide. The stone circle loomed before her, the carvings on each monolith sharper and more defined than they had been hours earlier, as if recently etched. The rain fell in visible patterns here, circling the stones in a spiral that seemed to defy gravity. As Jess watched, mesmerized, she felt time slip, a memory of Ryan laughing in their kitchen, then her childhood dog running through sprinklers, then nothing, a blank space where thought should be. She blinked and found herself back at the campsite, her friends staring at her with expressions ranging from concern to fear. "You were gone for 10 minutes, Nate said, his voice tight with tension. "We couldn't find you anywhere." Jess looked down at herself, confused. Her clothes were completely dry, impossibly so, as if she'd never stepped out into the torrential rain. But her boots were caked with mud that didn't match the soil around the campsite. Darker, redder, like clay from a place that wasn't here. The rain wasn't just a storm, wasn't just weather. It was something else entirely, something alive and aware, and they had called it. As dawn struggled to penetrate the storm clouds, Jess sat in her tent, transcribing her scattered notes into a more coherent narrative. The journal had become her anchor to sanity in a world that seemed increasingly fluid, increasingly unreal. Outside, the rain continued its assault, but the whispers had changed, becoming more insistent, more commanding. "Come home, Jess. It's time to come home." She tried to focus on what she knew for certain. They had found a stone circle, activated something with their improvised ritual, and now the rain was speaking to them, showing them visions, perhaps altering reality itself. But what was its purpose? What did it want? Lila crawled into her tent without warning, her face pale and drawn, eyes red from either tears or lack of sleep. "I need to tell you something," she said, her voice barely audible above the rain. "About what I saw, about my mom." Jess set aside her journal, giving her friend her full attention. Lila had rarely spoken about her mother's death, had processed her grief privately, behind closed doors. In the vision, "She wasn't sick," Lila said, twisting a strand of pink-streaked hair around her finger, a nervous habit from childhood. "She was whole, healthy. She was standing in the rain, but it wasn't hurting her. It was like part of her. And she was calling me." Lila's voice broke. "She wanted me to come with her, Jess, to follow her into the rain." Jess felt a chill that had nothing to do with her damp clothing. "And did you want to go?" she asked carefully. Lila nodded, a tear tracking down her cheek. "That's what scares me. I wanted to follow. It felt right, like that's where I was supposed to be." She hesitated, then added, "I think I'm still hearing her, even now, getting louder." Jess reached for her friend's hand, finding it cold and trembling. "Don't listen," she said firmly. "Whatever this is, it's not your mom. It's using her image, her memory, to manipulate you." Lila's eyes met hers, unconvinced. "How do you know? What if it's real? What if she's really there, on the other side of whatever this is, waiting for me?" Jess had no answer, no comfort to offer that wouldn't sound hollow. The thought of Ryan waiting on the other side of the rain tugged at her too, a siren call that was becoming harder to resist. Outside the tent, Toby shouted for them. They emerged to find him pointing at the tree line, where the blurred figures, now multiple, stood watching. They were more defined now, their features almost recognizable. One looked disturbingly like Lila's mother, as she appeared in photos before her illness. Another resembled Ryan, though its face kept shifting, flowing like water. "They're getting closer," Toby said, his voice cracking. "And there are more of them." Nate appeared from his tent, clutching a map that he spread on the hood of Toby's truck, protecting it from the rain with his body. "I've been tracking our location," he said, his IT specialist's precision evident in the careful markings on the paper. "We're here," he pointed to a spot. "But the stone circle shouldn't exist. It's not on any map, not in any guidebook. It's like we're in between places," Jess said slowly, a theory forming. "Not fully in our world anymore, but not wherever the rain is trying to take us." "Liminal space," Nate agreed, surprising her. A threshold, neither here nor there. Toby paced, his boots splashing in puddles that seemed to follow his movements. So what do we do? How do we get back? Before anyone could answer, a flash of purple light erupted from the direction of the stone circle, followed by a sound like a thunderclap directly overhead. The rain intensified, now falling with such force that it stung exposed skin, driven by a wind that hadn't existed moments before. The fluid figures at the forest's edge moved toward them, flowing rather than walking, leaving no footprints in the mud. Jess felt the rain pulling at her, a physical force tugging her toward the stone circle, toward the figures that waited with outstretched, flowing arms. Come home, Jess. You've been lost too long. The voice was no longer just in the rain. It was everywhere, inside her head, inside her heart. And with rising horror, she realized she wanted to go, wanted to follow, wanted to let the rain take her to whatever home it promised. Beside her, Lila took a step forward, her eyes fixed on the figure that resembled her mother, her expression peaceful, resolved. Lila, don't, Jess said, grabbing her friend's arm. But Lila turned to her with a smile that was both sad and serene. It's okay, she whispered. I understand now. The rain isn't taking us away. It's bringing us back. She pulled free of Jess's grip and walked toward the waiting figures, her steps light, almost floating. The rain parted around her, creating a tunnel of dry air that led directly to the stone circle, now visible through the trees, its carvings glowing with that same purple light. The last thing Jess saw before Lila disappeared into the forest was her friend turning back, raising a hand in farewell, her face transformed by a joy so complete, so pure, that for a moment Jess almost followed. Instead, she retreated to her tent, pulling Toby and Nate with her, sealing the entrance against the rain that now flung itself against the canvas with what felt like deliberate rage. They huddled together, three friends lost in a storm that was far more than weather, far more than water falling from the sky. What just happened? Nate asked, his scientific certitude finally shattered. Where did she go? Jess had no answer that made sense, no explanation that wouldn't sound like madness. But as the rain whispered Ryan's voice, as it showed her visions of a life she might have had, a future she'd rejected out of fear, she began to understand what Lila had meant. The rain wasn't just calling them home. It was offering to remake them, to return what they had lost, to erase their mistakes. And as the night deepened toward a dawn that might never come, as the whispers grew to a chorus that sang of release from pain, from doubt, from the burdens of memory, Jess wondered how long she could resist its call. In the darkness of the tent, with Toby and Nate's breathing the only sound besides the relentless rain, she opened her journal to a fresh page and wrote, in a hand that shook with both fear and anticipation. The rain is alive. It knows us. It wants us. And God help me, I think I want it too. The rain was a living thing, its rhythm no longer random but purposeful, a pulse that gripped the Pennsylvania forest in liquid fingers. Jess stood at the edge of the campground as the gray light of dawn struggled to penetrate the storm clouds overhead. The night had stretched impossibly long, each hour dragging like a wounded animal. Now, as morning reluctantly arrived, her friends were frantically packing to flee, stuffing wet equipment into bags with desperate efficiency. The stone circle, the whispers in the rain, the visions, they couldn't stay. But the rain felt different now, heavier not just in volume but in presence, guiding their movements, each drop stinging like a tiny command against exposed skin. Jess's notebook was soaked through, the pages translucent with moisture, her careful notes smudged into watercolor impressions of what they had been. Rain speaks, shows past memories. Circle open gate? Lila gone followed figure. She'd seen Ryan again in the night, not just a memory but a presence, his voice woven into the rain's patter. You let me go when you could have stayed. You chose fear over love. Her guilt, her profound fear of losing control, of surrendering to a future she couldn't predict, it was all fuel for whatever they had unleashed in the forest. We're leaving, Toby announced, his voice hoarse from a night spent alternately calling for Lila and arguing about what to do next. He tossed a sleeping bag into the bed of his pickup truck, not bothering to roll it properly. This place is cursed. We'll come back for Lila with the police. Nate nodded, his eyes red-rimmed behind rain-spattered glasses. She's probably just lost. Confused. The storm's messing with all our heads. But they didn't believe it. Jess could see the truth in their tense shoulders, their too quick movements. They had seen Lila walk into the rain, following a figure that couldn't exist, and disappear as if she had never been. Jess felt a deepening hollowness in her chest, a physical ache that had nothing to do with the cold dampness that had seeped into her bones. Lila had been more than a friend, she'd been a constant, a foundation. From college roommates to bridesmaids at mutual friends' weddings, from job celebrations to breakup consolations, they had witnessed each other's lives with the kind of attention that made existence meaningful. And now she was gone, taken by the rain. They piled into Toby's truck, the windows immediately fogging with their breath as the heater fought against the chill. Jess checked her phone one last time, no signal, but more disturbingly, the clock was wrong, stuck at 2 a.m. despite the gray morning light. She noticed Nate's watch too, the digital display frozen at the same impossible hour. Time wasn't moving, or they weren't moving through time in the way they should be. Toby turned the key, the engine roaring to life, headlights cutting twin paths through the sheets of rain. The dirt road that had led them to the campground stretched ahead, familiar from their arrival just yesterday, had it only been yesterday, promising to connect with Route 6 and the world beyond. But as they drove, the road twisted unexpectedly, taking turns that shouldn't exist, leading not toward the highway but back toward the clearing. The stone circle waited for them, its carvings now glowing with a faint purple luminescence even without a flashlight to illuminate them. The rain swirled above the stones, forming a dome or ceiling that pulsed with the same unearthly light. What the hell? Toby slammed on the brakes, the truck skidding slightly in the mud. We drove straight. This is impossible. Jess's stomach sank, a cold weight of certainty settling in her core. It's the rain, she said quietly. It's keeping us here. It's not finished with us. They tried again, then a third time, then on foot, abandoning the truck to slog through mud that sucked at their boots with each step. But every path, every trail, every break in the trees circled back to the same clearing, the same stone circle, as if the forest had folded in on itself, creating a closed loop from which there was no escape. The forest itself had changed in subtle but unmistakable ways, trees taller and older than they had been the day before, their bark darker, almost black in the rain. Familiar paths had vanished, replaced by new ones that led nowhere. The air tasted different, thick with a metallic tang that coated their tongues and made breathing feel like work. The rain whispered continuously now, not individual names but a chant, alien and layered, pulling at Jess's mind with hooks of sound. Words she couldn't understand but somehow recognized as if they were written on her bones, encoded in her DNA. She saw the figure again, clearer now, human-shaped but fluid, its edges perpetually dissolving into the rain around it, reforming, never quite solid. Not one figure but many, all similar in their fluidity, their incompleteness. They stood in and around the stone circle, beckoning with limbs that flowed like water poured from a height. Jess approached against her better judgment, drawn by a compulsion she couldn't name. Nate and Toby shouted behind her, their voices dim and distant compared to the rain's insistent call. The stones hummed with energy, the carvings no longer static but shifting like living code, rewriting themselves as she watched. She reached out, touching the nearest stone with trembling fingers. A jolt of energy surged through her body, electric and cold, and she saw it. Not Ryan this time, but herself, older by perhaps a decade, standing in rain that wasn't water but light, silver purple and luminous. She stood among towering structures of the same fluid material as the figures, spires that reached toward a sky that wasn't blue but a deep velvet black scattered with stars and constellations she'd never seen. In the vision, she was smiling, at peace, part of something vast and incomprehensible. The truth crashed over her like a wave, drowning her previous understanding of what was happening. The rain wasn't a storm, wasn't weather at all. It was an entity, a bridge between dimensions, using the ancient stone circle as its gateway into their world. Their improvised chant had activated it, opened a door that had been sealed for generations. The whispers, the visions, were tests, preparations. The rain entity was evaluating them, choosing those who could cross over, who could become part of it. And in some deep, previously inaccessible part of herself, Jess understood that she had been waiting for this her entire life. The restlessness that had driven her to end things with Ryan, the constant feeling of being slightly out of step with the world around her, it had all been preparation for this moment, this choice. "We have to break the circle," she said suddenly, pulling away from the vision with physical effort, stumbling backward. She grabbed a rock from the forest floor, hefting its weight. "It's the gateway. If we damage it, maybe the connection breaks." She smashed the rock against the nearest stone with all her strength. The impact sent shockwaves through her arm, numbing her fingers, but the stone cracked, a fissure appearing in the swirling cymbals. The rain screamed. There was no other word for the sound that tore through the forest. A noise like metal being torn apart, like wind howling through an impossible canyon. The figure nearest to Jess lunged forward, its body dissolving into thousands of raindrops that clung to her skin, burning like acid where they touched. Toby pulled her back, dragging her away from the stone circle, but Nate stood transfixed, staring into the rain with an expression of wonder. "I see my sister," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the rain's fury. "She's alive there. She never died." Jess hadn't known Nate had lost a sister. He'd never mentioned it, this core wound around which his quiet personality had formed. He took a step toward the circle, then another. "Nate, don't!" Jess shouted, struggling against Toby's restraining grip. "It's not her. It's using her to get to you." But Nate wasn't listening. He stepped into the circle, and the rain enveloped him, a cocoon of water that glowed with that same purple light. For a moment his outline was visible within it. Then he was gone, a faint ripple in the air, the only evidence he had ever existed. Toby dragged Jess back toward the truck, his face a mask of terror and determination. "We're getting out of here," he said, his voice cracking. "I don't care what it takes." They ran through the forest, slipping in mud, branches tearing at their faces and arms. The rain pursued them, a living wall that seemed to herd them, driving them back toward the circle. Jess saw more figures forming from the downpour, emerging like sculptures being revealed from within liquid clay. One looked like her mother, not as she was now, but as she had been in Jess's childhood. Younger, happier, before the divorce that had fractured their family. Another resembled her college roommate who had died in a car accident their sophomore year. And there, at the edge of the circle, Ryan waited, his arms outstretched, his smile gentle and forgiving. "They're all here," Jess whispered, understanding blooming like a dark flower. "Everyone we've lost, everyone we miss." "It's a trap," Toby said, but his voice lacked conviction as his eyes fixed on a figure that could only be his missing brother. They reached the truck, the metal hot to the touch despite the cool rain, as if it existed in two places at once. Here in the forest and somewhere else, somewhere impossible. Toby fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking too badly to slide them into the ignition. The rain intensified, a cage of water that surrounded the vehicle, pressing inward. Through the windshield, distorted by sheets of water, Jess saw the figures approach, their movements fluid and graceful, their faces, the faces of everyone they had ever loved and lost, serene and welcoming. "They want us to go with them," Jess said, her voice calm despite the terror that thrummed through her body. "To cross over. To die, you mean," Toby countered, but he had stopped trying to start the truck, his hands limp in his lap. "I don't think so," Jess said slowly, watching as Ryan's figure pressed a fluid hand against the driver's side window, the water forming a perfect impression of his palm. "I think it's something else, another kind of existence." The rain spoke again, not in whispers now, but in a clear, multi-layered voice that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "Home," it said. "We bring you home." Toby looked at her, his eyes reflecting the purple light that now filled the forest. "What do we do?" Jess thought of her life, the marketing job she tolerated, the apartment that had never felt quite right, the relationships that always seemed to end the same way. She thought of Ryan, of the future she had rejected out of fear, of the emptiness that had followed. She thought of Lila and Nate, already gone, already taken by the rain. "I don't know," she admitted, and for the first time since the rain began, she felt a kind of peace settle over her. The choice, at least, was still hers. They spent that night in the truck, the rain a constant presence, a siege that never relented. They dozed in fits and starts, waking to find the forest transformed further, the trees now so tall and ancient they blocked what little light filtered through the storm clouds. The stone circle pulsed with energy, a beacon in the gloom. Sometime in the darkest hours, Toby made his decision. Jess woke to find him gone, the passenger door open, rain flooding the seat. Through the windshield, she saw him walking toward the circle, his figure already blurring around the edges, the rain claiming him step by step. She was alone now, the last one left. Morning came, or what passed for morning in this altered forest. A slight lessening of darkness rather than true dawn. The rain had softened to a gentle patter, almost apologetic after its fury. Jess sat in the truck, turning her phone over and over in her hands, the screen black and lifeless, the battery long dead. The decision weighed on her, heavy as stone, to follow her friends into the rain, into whatever existence awaited on the other side, or to keep fighting, to find a way back to the world she knew, with all its flaws and emptiness. She stepped out of the truck, her boots sinking into mud that seemed to grasp at her, trying to hold her in place. The clearing was empty of human presence. The tents collapsed under the weight of the rain, their bright colors dulled to uniform gray. Their belongings, sleeping bags, coolers, Toby's portable speaker, lay scattered and abandoned, already looking ancient, archaeological. The stone circle called to her, its pull almost physical. She walked toward it, each step deliberate, conscious. This wasn't surrender, she told herself. It was choice. It was embracing the unknown rather than fleeing from it. The rain welcomed her, parting as she approached the circle, creating a dry path for her to follow. The stones gleamed with inner light, the carvings flowing like liquid, reshaping themselves continuously. The figure that resembled Ryan waited at the center, its arms outstretched in welcome. "Home," it said, its voice the voice of the rain, of the forest, of something vast and patient and utterly inhuman. "We have waited so long for you to come home." Jess stood at the threshold, at the boundary between what she had been and what she might become. She thought of her friends, already transformed, already part of whatever the rain truly was. She thought of Ryan, of the life they might have had if she'd been brave enough to commit to it. And then, with a clarity that felt like waking from a dream, she understood. The rain wasn't offering her Ryan, or a second chance, or even escape from her imperfect life. It was offering annihilation, the dissolution of self, the end of individual existence. The figures she had seen weren't the people they resembled. They were lures, constructed from memory, designed to entice and deceive. She stepped back from the circle, from the waiting figure with Ryan's face. "No," she said, her voice stronger than she expected. "This isn't home. It's nothing. The end of everything." The figure's expression shifted, the fluid features hardening into something less human, less recognizable. The rain intensified again, driving against her with renewed fury, but Jess stood her ground. "My friends," she demanded. "Give them back." They didn't know what they were choosing. The rain figure tilted its head, an eerily inhuman gesture. "They are part of us now, as you will be, as all will be, when the rain falls everywhere." The implication chilled her more than the cold rain ever could. This wasn't just about their small group, lost in a Pennsylvania forest. It was about something larger, something world-changing. The stone circle wasn't just a doorway for humans to pass through. It was a beachhead, an entry point for something that wanted to spread, to consume. Jess ran, not toward the truck, but toward the stone she had cracked earlier. It was still damaged, a fissure running through the ancient symbols, disrupting their flow. She grabbed another rock, larger than before, and brought it down with all her strength. The stone split with a sound like thunder, fragments scattering across the muddy ground. The rain screamed again, the sound piercing her eardrums, making her stagger. But she didn't stop. She moved to the next stone, and the next, methodically destroying the circle, breaking the gateway between worlds. The rain fought her, forming hands that grasped at her clothing, her hair, trying to pull her away. The figures surrounded her, their faces no longer those of loved ones but twisted, alien, their mouths open in silent screams. But something was happening. With each stone she broke, the rain seemed to thin, the figures becoming less substantial, the purple light fading. When the final stone fell, split in two by her improvised hammer, a shock wave rippled through the forest. The rain stopped abruptly, as if a faucet had been turned off. The air shimmered, distorting like heat waves over asphalt, and Jess felt a wrenching sensation, as if she were being pulled in multiple directions at once. She woke in the clearing, alone, the early morning sun filtering through trees that were once again normal, familiar. The stone circle was gone, no trace of it remained. No fragments, no carvings, not even depressions in the soil where the stones had stood. Her tent stood as she had pitched it, dry and undisturbed. Toby's truck was parked at the edge of the campsite, just as it had been upon their arrival. Her phone, when she checked it, showed full battery and strong signal. The date was Sunday morning. They had arrived on Friday afternoon, just as planned. The weather app showed clear skies for the entire weekend, not a drop of rain in the forecast. Jess moved through the campsite, finding everything in its place. Lila's tent, with her pink-streaked hair visible through the mesh window as she slept. Nate's meticulous campsite setup, his equipment arranged with mathematical precision. Toby, already awake, brewing coffee over a small camp stove. "Morning," he greeted her, his voice normal, his eyes clear and unburdened by the horrors she remembered. "Sleep okay? You were tossing and turning all night." "I had weird dreams," Jess said cautiously, testing the waters, "about rain and stones." Toby shrugged, pouring coffee into a tin cup. "Probably that story I told around the fire, about the rain gate, old settler legend." He grinned. "Knew I shouldn't have gone full spooky before bedtime." Jess accepted the coffee, her hands steady despite the disorientation flooding her system. It had been a dream then, a nightmare brought on by Toby's campfire tale, by her unresolved feelings about her breakup with Ryan. But as she sipped the coffee, she noticed a small notebook lying beside her tent, her journal, its pages dry and crisp. She picked it up, opening to the most recent entry. There, in her handwriting, unmistakable though shakier than usual, were the words, "The rain is alive. It wants us, and it will try again." She drove home alone that afternoon, declining Lila's invitation to stop for lunch, needing solitude to process what had happened, or what she believed had happened. The radio played country music, familiar and soothing, as she navigated the winding roads back toward Philadelphia. Rain began to fall as she reached the city limits, a gentle spring shower that beaded on her windshield before the wipers swept it away. She glanced in the rearview mirror, adjusting it slightly, and froze. In the mirror, she saw not her own reflection but a face made of flowing water, its features shifting and reforming continuously. It smiled with her mouth, blinked with her eyes, but it wasn't her. It had never been her. Home, the rain whispered, falling harder now, drumming against the roof of her car. You're home now, but we'll find another way, another door, another time. Jess drove through the storm, her hands tight on the steering wheel, her eyes fixed on the road ahead. The rain fell, and she knew it would call again. Next time, perhaps, she wouldn't be strong enough to refuse. Next time, perhaps, she would answer. Next time, perhaps, she would finally go home. Story 4. The rain tapped against the radio station's windows like 1,000 impatient fingers. Ellie Harper adjusted her headset, her reflection flickering in the glass, a tired 29-year-old with dark circles under her eyes, her auburn hair pulled into a messy bun. The clock on the wall read 12:03 a.m. and the small town of Millfield, Ohio, was asleep, save for the insomniacs tuned into her show Midnight Drift. The station, WMLF 94.3, was a relic, its peeling paint and humming equipment a testament to forgotten decades. Ellie liked it that way. The isolation suited her. "All right, Millfield," she said into the mic, her voice soft but steady, honed from years of community radio. "This is Ellie Harper, your guide through the witching hour. Let's ease into the night with some lo-fi beats and a little rain to keep us company." She cued a track from a Spotify playlist she'd curated, dreamy synths and gentle drums. The rain outside blended with the music, a perfect lullaby for her listeners who tuned in to relax or drift off. A flash of lightning briefly illuminated the empty parking lot outside before plunging it back into darkness. Ellie leaned back, sipping lukewarm coffee from a chipped mug. She'd been at WMLF for 6 months, a far cry from her dreams of investigative journalism. A botched exposé in Cleveland, misquoted sources, a libel threat had tanked her career, leaving her to lick her wounds in this nowhere town. Midnight Drift was her redemption, a small following of night owls who liked her voice and eclectic playlists. She glanced at the call-in line, its red light dormant. Quiet nights were common. The station itself had history. Built in the 1970s, it had survived 3 ownership changes and a brief shutdown in the early 2000s. Photos of former hosts lined the hallway leading to the studio, serious men in ties from the 70s, enthusiastic women with big hair from the 80s, and a collection of alternative types from the 90s. Among them was Tom Grayson, the current day shift host, looking much younger but with the same perpetual frown. Ellie's phone buzzed with a text from her mother. "Are you still up? Call me tomorrow." She ignored it. Her relationship with her parents had frayed after she'd left college to pursue journalism. They'd wanted something stable, teaching, nursing, not the unpredictable world of media. Now that she'd failed, calling home felt like admitting defeat. Outside, the storm intensified, rain pelting the windows in angry bursts. The old building creaked, settling into the wet ground. Ellie refreshed her X feed, checking engagement on her show's account. A handful of likes, a couple of comments from regulars. Nothing spectacular, but enough to remind her she wasn't broadcasting into the void. Then a crackle cut through the music. Ellie frowned, checking the soundboard. The lo-fi track stuttered, replaced by a low hum like wind through a tunnel. Static hissed, sharp and invasive. She adjusted the sliders, but the noise grew, forming a rhythm, almost words. Ellie froze as the static whispered, "Ellie." Her name, clear as day, slithered through the speakers. She yanked off her headset, heart pounding. The room was still, the rain a steady drone. She put the headset back on, hesitant. The music had returned undisturbed. A glitch, maybe. The station's equipment was ancient, prone to quirks. She forced a laugh, shaking off the unease. "Come on, Ellie, you're jumping at shadows." She glanced at the window where rain streaked the glass, blurring the parking lot's lone streetlight. The station sat at the edge of town, flanked by cornfields and a shuttered diner. No one was out there. Still, she double-checked the door's lock, a habit from her city days. Back at the desk, she cued another track, but the call-in line blinked red. Her first caller of the night. "You're on Midnight Drift," she said, forcing cheer. "Who's this?" A woman's voice, shaky, answered. "Ellie? Did you just say something about a birthday?" Ellie frowned. "No, just playing music." "You okay?" "I heard it," the woman insisted. In the static, before the song came back. It said my daughter's name and her birthday. March 12th, 2009. "How did you know that?" A chill ran down Ellie's spine. I didn't say anything like that. Maybe a cross signal? It wasn't you, the woman said, her voice breaking. It was her voice. My daughter's. She's been gone 3 years. Ellie's mouth went dry. I'm so sorry, ma'am. The equipment here's old, sometimes picks up weird frequencies. Let me check, eh? The line went dead. Ellie stared at the soundboard, her pulse loud in her ears. She switched to a commercial break, a pre-recorded ad for a local tire shop, and muted the mic. The static had said her name, too. Not a coincidence. She opened the station's logbook, a dusty spiral notebook where she and Tom, the day shift host, noted technical issues. Nothing about static or crossed signals. Tom, a gruff 50-something who smelled of menthols, had mentioned the station's history once, a failed experiment in the 90s with some kind of high-frequency transmitter. Junk science, he'd called it, waving it off. Ellie made a note, static interference, 12:15 a.m., possible voices. The transmitter. Something nagged at her memory. When she'd first heard the station, the manager, a distracted man who spent most of his time at the local bar, had pointed to a locked door off the main hallway. Storage, he'd said. Nothing interesting. But Ellie had noticed the heavy-duty lock, the warning sign, authorized personnel only. Strange security for a small-town radio station. The commercial ended and she went back on air. Sorry for the glitch, folks. Let's keep the vibe smooth. She played another track, her fingers trembling. The rain seemed louder now, a relentless patter that swallowed the silence. 10 minutes later, the static returned. Louder, insistent. Ellie muted the output, but it bled through her headset. Ellie, remember the swing set? The voice was faint, distorted, but it hit like a punch. She hadn't thought about the swing set in years, a rusted frame in her childhood backyard, where she and her best friend, Mara, spent hours. Mara, who'd vanished at 16, a runaway case never solved. Ellie's breath hitched. No one knew about the swing set, not even her parents. She killed the broadcast, switching to a backup playlist. The static stopped, but the words lingered. She checked the soundboard, the cables, the antenna feed, nothing was amiss. The call-in line blinked again. She hesitated, then answered. Midnight Drift, go ahead. A man, older, his voice hoarse. You playing games, lady? That static just said my old address. For 72 Pine Street. I moved 20 years ago. Ellie's stomach twisted. Sir, I'm not doing anything. It's a technical issue. Can you describe the voice? It was mine, he said. Like I was talking to myself. She scribbled his words in the logbook, her handwriting shaky. I'll report it. Thanks for calling. The line cut off. Ellie stared at the equipment, the rain's rhythm syncing with her racing heart. This wasn't a prank. Something was wrong with the station, with the signal. She thought of Mara, the swing set, the static's whisper. Her past was leaking through the airwaves, and she wasn't the only one hearing it. A memory surfaced, sharp and unwelcome. Mara and her, 15, sitting on the swing set as dusk painted the sky purple. I can't stay here anymore, Mara had whispered, her eyes fixed on the horizon. He's getting worse. Her stepfather, a man with quick fists and a quicker temper. Ellie had nodded, promised to help, to run away with her. But when the time came, she'd balked, too afraid to leave the safety of her own life. A week later, Mara was gone. The police found her backpack by the highway, nothing else. They'd labeled her a runaway, case closed. Ellie had kept their plans secret, afraid of getting in trouble. Now, 13 years later, the guilt still churned in her stomach. She glanced at the clock, 1:30 a.m. 3 hours left in her shift. The rain hadn't let up and the station felt smaller, the walls closing in. She could leave, drive home, but the thought of abandoning the broadcast gnawed at her. This was her show, her lifeline. And part of her, a reckless, curious part, wanted answers. Ellie restarted the broadcast, her voice steadier than she felt. Millfield, we're back. Let's ride out this storm together. She played a slow piano track, its notes blending with the rain. But as she leaned back, the static hummed again, faint but growing. This time, it didn't say her name. It said Mara's waiting. She didn't mute it. She listened, her hands frozen as the rain drowned out the world. The locked door in the hallway seemed to call to her, its metal surface reflecting the dim emergency lights. What was behind it? What experiments had this station really conducted? And why, after all these years, was the past speaking through the static? Thunder cracked outside, and for a moment, Ellie thought she saw a figure in the parking lot. A silhouette of a teenage girl watching the station. But when lightning flashed again, there was nothing but rain and darkness. The rain hammered the station's roof, a relentless curtain that blurred the world beyond the windows. Ellie sat hunched over the soundboard, the clock ticking toward 2 a.m. Her Midnight Drift playlist droned on, a soft lo-fi track she barely registered. The static had quieted after its last whisper. Mara's waiting, but the words clung to her like damp clothes. Mara, her best friend, gone 13 years, was a wound Ellie kept buried. Now, the station was picking at it, broadcasting her ghosts. She'd muted the call-in line after the second caller, unable to handle more voices claiming the static knew them. The logbook lay open, her notes sprawling. Static mentions personal memories, Mara, swing set. Listeners report similar experiences. She'd added the old man's address for 72 Pine Street and the grieving mother's story about her daughter's birthday. Each incident felt like a thread, weaving something she couldn't yet see. A notification pinged on her phone. A text from Alex, her ex-boyfriend from Cleveland. "You awake? Can we talk?" Ellie ignored it. Alex had been collateral damage in her career implosion, their relationship another casualty of her ambition. He tried to stay supportive, but the distance, both physical and emotional, had worn them down. Now he reached out occasionally, usually late at night, probably after a few drinks. Ellie stood, stretching her stiff legs, and paced the cramped studio. The station's walls were lined with faded posters, 80s rock bands, a local fair from 1997. A photo of the WMLF team from the 90s hung crookedly, showing a younger Tom, unsmiling, among engineers in lab coats. She remembered his comment about the 90s experiment, a transmitter project that went nowhere. Maybe it wasn't nothing. She grabbed her phone and Googled WMLF radio experimental transmitter 1990s. The search yielded little. A newspaper clipping about the station receiving a research grant. A brief mention in a scientific journal about neurological feedback in broadcast technology. Nothing substantial. But one link caught her eye. An obituary for Dr. James Mercer, described as pioneering researcher in psychoacoustic phenomena, founder of Project Resonance. Project Resonance. The name sent a chill through Ellie. She searched it specifically, finding only a single academic paper abstract: biofeedback mechanisms in radio transmission, amplifying subconscious neural patterns. The full text required university credentials she no longer had. The locked door in the hallway seemed more ominous now. Ellie approached it, studying the heavy padlock. The station manager had the key, but he was undoubtedly passed out at home by now. She examined the frame, the hinges old, possibly weak. With enough force, she grabbed a fire extinguisher from the wall and, after a moment's hesitation, smashed it against the door's hinges. The metal groaned but held. She hit it again, harder, and the hinge pins buckled. One more strike, and the door swung open with a rusty groan. Inside was a narrow staircase leading down, illuminated by a single bare bulb. The air that rushed out was stale, heavy with dust and something else, an electric smell like ozone after lightning. Ellie switched on her phone's flashlight and descended, each step creaking under her weight. She grabbed a flashlight from the supply closet, its beam cutting through the studio's dim glow. The station's basement held old equipment, files, maybe answers. The rain's rhythm followed her as she descended the creaky stairs, the air growing musty. The basement was a maze of boxes, rusted filing cabinets, and tangled cables. She found a crate labeled WMLF 1994 to 1996, filled with yellowed manuals and schematics. One document caught her eye: Project Resonance, High-Frequency Cognitive Transmission. Skimming it, Ellie's unease grew. The project, funded by a now-defunct tech firm, aimed to amplify subconscious signals through radio waves, tapping into listeners' thoughts. Tests were inconclusive, the equipment decommissioned, but the schematics matched a bulky transmitter in the corner, its dials dark but intact. She traced its cables, which snaked upward, likely to the station's antenna. Was it still connected? A photo slipped from the file, a group of researchers in lab coats standing around the transmitter. Among them was Tom, younger but unmistakable, and beside him, a woman with familiar eyes. Ellie's heart skipped. The woman looked like Mara, but older. Perhaps a relative? She flipped the photo over. Names were written in faded ink. Dr. Mercer, T. Grayson, Dr. L. Donovan, M. Hayes, Hayes. Hayes had been Mara's surname. Ellie's phone buzzed, startling her. A text from Tom, heard about the static. Stay calm, don't mess with the gear. I'll check it tomorrow. Ellie frowned. How did he know? She hadn't told him. She typed a reply, "What do you know about Project Resonance?" But hesitated, deleting it. Tom's cagey vibe had always bugged her, and his text felt off, almost warning. She dug deeper into the crate, finding a journal with Dr. Mercer's name. The entries detailed the progress of Project Resonance, describing how the transmitter was designed to create a bridge between conscious thought and radio transmission. Early tests showed promise. Subjects reported hearing their own thoughts broadcast back to them, but later entries grew darker. Subject 7 exhibits extreme distress. One entry read, claims the signal is accessing memories she never disclosed. Subject 12 reports hearing predictions that later proved accurate. Concerning correlation with emotional state, strongest responses tied to guilt, fear. The final entry, dated November 1995, was brief. Project suspended. Adverse reactions in multiple subjects. TG reports persistent auditory phenomena. SD hospitalized after violent episode. Transmitter to be dismantled. But it hadn't been dismantled. Had it? It was still here in the basement, and the cables. Back in the studio, she checked the broadcast. The playlist was fine, but the call-in line blinked again. Against her better judgment, she answered. Midnight Drift. Who's this? A young man, nervous. Ellie, that static. It said my dog's name. Rusty. He died last year. Then it said I'd crash my car tomorrow. Her throat tightened. It's just interference. Don't let it get to you. It knew me, he insisted. It said I was at the diner yesterday. I was. Ellie's mind flashed to the diner across the street, its neon sign flickering through the rain. She'd been there yesterday too, grabbing coffee. Okay, she said, keeping her voice calm. I'm looking into it. Stay safe. All right? She hung up, her hands shaking. The static wasn't random. It was personal, pulling from memories, predicting things. She thought of Mara, the swing set, the summer they were 15, whispering secrets under a starlit sky. Mara had wanted to leave Millfield, escape her abusive stepdad. Ellie had promised to go with her. But when Mara vanished, Ellie stayed silent, too scared to speak up. The guilt had festered ever since. Another memory surfaced. Mara's mother, a quiet woman with hollow eyes, coming to Ellie's house a week after the disappearance. Did she tell you anything? She'd asked, desperate. Ellie had shaken her head, the lie bitter on her tongue. She'd seen the woman around town occasionally in the years since, growing older, more withdrawn. Had she been part of Project Resonance? Was that why the static knew Mara? The static crackled again, louder, cutting through the music. Ellie, you left her. The voice was hers, distorted, accusing. She slammed the mute button, but it bled through her headset. "Mara needed you. Stop it," Ellie shouted, ripping off the headset. The room spun, the rain's drone swallowing her voice. She grabbed the logbook, scribbling. "Static accuses me. Knows Mara. Connected to transmitter?" Her journalist instincts kicked in. She needed evidence, not panic. She needed to know if the static's predictions came true. The diner would be the easiest to check. It was across the street, visible from the station's window. The neon open sign glowed weakly through the rain. Was it really in trouble? Ellie grabbed her coat, deciding to investigate. As she reached for the studio door, her phone buzzed again. Another text from Tom. "Don't leave the station. Not safe." A chill ran down Ellie's spine. How did he know she was planning to leave? Was he watching her? She peered out the window, scanning the parking lot. Empty save for her old Honda. The rain created a curtain, making it hard to see beyond a few yards. She checked the security camera feed on the monitor by the entrance. Nothing unusual, just rain and darkness. Then something caught her eye, a flicker in the camera's corner, like a shadow moving. She zoomed in, squinting at the grainy image. There, by the edge of the lot, was a figure. Female, seemingly young, standing perfectly still despite the downpour. The image was too blurry to make out details, but something about the stance, the silhouette. "Mara!" Ellie whispered, her voice cracking. The figure shifted, seeming to look directly at the camera, and then, impossibly, raised a hand as if waving. Ellie's heart hammered. She grabbed the security system's joystick, panning the camera for a better view. But when it swiveled back, the figure was gone. She drove to the diner, the rain pelting her windshield. It was closed, but its parking lot was empty yesterday, except for her car and a blue pickup. The caller mentioned the diner. Was he the pickup's driver? She checked her phone, searching X for local chatter. A post from a Millfield group caught her eye. "Anyone else hear weird stuff on WMLF tonight?" Kept saying my old house number. The timestamp was 12:20 a.m., right after the first static. Inside the diner, the night cook, an older man named Ray, greeted her with surprise. "Bit late for coffee, isn't it?" Ellie forced a smile. "Long night. Hey, how's business been?" Ray's face fell. "Not great. Owners thinking of selling, maybe closing up. Can't compete with the big chains on the highway." "When would that happen?" Ellie asked, trying to keep her voice casual. "Soon as tomorrow, from what I heard." "Shame. Been here 30 years. The static's prediction. The diner closes tomorrow." Back at the station, she dug deeper into the crate, finding a technician's log from 1995. It described Project Resonance test subjects hearing personalized auditory phenomena during broadcasts, some reporting predictions, accidents, deaths that later came true. The project was shut down when a subject had a breakdown, claiming the signal spoke their thoughts. Ellie's skin prickled. The transmitter was offline, but what if it was still active, feeding off what? Her mind? The town's? A heavy feeling settled in her stomach as she read more. Project Resonance hadn't just been about broadcasting thoughts. It had evolved into something darker. The researchers had begun noticing that the transmitter seemed to access memories that subjects claimed were private, even forgotten. And in some cases, it predicted future events with alarming accuracy. One passage stood out. Subject MH exhibits unusual resonance with the signal. Her emotional state appears to charge the transmission, creating feedback that other subjects can perceive. Recommend caution in future sessions. MH Mara Hayes? Ellie's hands trembled as she turned the page, but the next section was torn out, leaving a jagged edge. Someone had deliberately removed it. She continued reading, finding notes about signal persistence, how the transmitter's effects lingered even when powered down. TG reports hearing the signal days after exposure, primarily during periods of stress or in dreams. Subject SD claims it follows her, speaking through other electronic devices. The final pages contained a warning. Project Resonance has opened a channel we cannot close. The signal appears self-sustaining, dormant but present. Recommend permanent station closure and equipment destruction. But WMLF hadn't closed. It had changed hands, continued broadcasting with Tom TG, she now realized, still working there. Why? What was he hiding? Ellie returned to the studio, the journal clutched in her hand. The playlist had ended, silence filling the room save for the rain's steady beat. She should cue more music, maintain the broadcast, but her mind was racing. If the transmitter was still active, if it was accessing her guilt about Mara, feeding it back through the static. She thought about Mara's mother again. Had she been involved in Project Resonance? Had she known about Ellie's betrayal all along? And the figure in the parking lot, was that real or a manifestation of her guilt? The static returned, whispering through the speakers, "Ellie, the answer is in the rain." She looked out at the downpour, confused. What did that mean? The rain had been constant, a backdrop to the night's events. Was there something in it she wasn't seeing? The call-in line blinked again. This time, the caller was a woman, her voice achingly familiar. Ellie? Sarah Hayes, Mara's mother. Ellie's blood ran cold. "Mrs. Hayes, how did you know I was on air?" "I listen every night," the woman said, her voice tired but steady. "But tonight, the static, it's speaking to you, isn't it? About Mara. You know about the static?" Ellie asked, her throat tight. A pause, then, "I helped create it, dear, and now I think it's time we talked." The rain hadn't stopped, a ceaseless murmur that cloaked Millfield in gray. Ellie sat in the WMLF studio, the clock glowing 3:15 a.m., her shift half over but her body rooted to the chair. The station's hum felt alive, the air thick with something unspoken. Tom's morning show would start in less than 3 hours, but that felt like a lifetime away. The Project Resonance files were spread across the desk, yellowed papers filled with scientific jargon and disturbing notes. The static hadn't returned since its last message. The answer is in the rain, but its absence was worse, like a predator waiting to strike. Sarah Hayes would arrive soon. Mara's mother had agreed to meet at the station, claiming she had answers about the static, about Mara. Ellie's stomach churned with anxiety. For 13 years, she'd carried the secret of Mara's planned escape, her own cowardice in staying behind. Now, facing Sarah felt like facing judgment. She'd pieced together fragments from the basement files. Project Resonance wasn't just a failed experiment. It had tapped into something. A frequency that didn't just broadcast but listened, pulling memories, fears, guilt from those near the transmitter. The 1995 log mentioned a feedback loop, where the signal amplified emotions, turning thoughts into audible phenomena. One technician had written, "It's not the machine, it's us." Ellie's guilt about Mara, the listener's personal hauntings, were they feeding it? A soft knock at the studio door made Ellie jump. Sarah Hayes stood in the doorway, rain dripping from her coat. She was thinner than Ellie remembered, her once dark hair now streaked with gray, but her eyes, Mara's eyes, were sharp as ever. "You've been looking through the files," Sarah said, glancing at the papers. It wasn't a question. Ellie nodded. "Project Resonance. You were part of it." Sarah removed her wet coat, draping it over a chair. "I was Dr. Mercer's assistant, a neuroscientist specializing in auditory processing. We were trying to create a new form of communication, thoughts transmitted directly through radio waves. Pure intent, no misunderstandings. But it went wrong," Ellie said. "It went beyond what we intended," Sarah corrected, her eyes scanning the studio. The transmitter didn't just broadcast thoughts. It amplified emotional resonance, especially guilt, grief, regret. The stronger the emotion, the clearer the signal. And some created stronger signals than others. Like Mara, Ellie whispered. Sarah's gaze snapped to her. You knew her well, better than I realized. Ellie's throat tightened. She was my best friend. We were going to run away together from her stepfather. But I backed out. She left alone, and then she was gone. She never ran away, Ellie. The words hit like a physical blow. What? Sarah's eyes filled with tears. Mara never left Millfield. That night, her stepfather found her packing. They fought and he pushed her. She hit her head on the fireplace. He panicked, buried her body in the woods behind our house. Ellie felt the room spin. No, they found her backpack by the highway. He planted it there to make it look like she'd run away. Sarah's voice was hollow. I suspected, but couldn't prove it. He disappeared a month later, probably fearing investigation. I joined Project Resonance hoping it might help me find out what happened, connect with her somehow. And did it? Ellie asked, her voice barely audible over the rain. Sarah's smile was sad. Not in the way I expected. The transmitter picked up on my grief, my guilt. Why hadn't I protected her? But it also picked up something else. Something we couldn't explain. The predictions, Ellie said. The personal memories it shouldn't know. Sarah nodded. The signal began accessing information beyond what any subject consciously knew. Future events, hidden memories, secrets. Dr. Mercer called it temporal bleeding, as if the transmitter had tapped into some collective consciousness that existed outside linear time. That's impossible, Ellie whispered. So we thought, but the evidence kept mounting. Test subjects hearing predictions that came true, personal details they couldn't have known. And when we tried to shut it down, Sarah paused, looking out at the rain. The signal had become self-sustaining. It had imprinted itself on the town, on the people most connected to it. On me. Ellie glanced at Tom's photo in the Project Resonance team. And Tom? He was involved. Tom was our technical expert. He designed the transmitter. When things went wrong, when we realized we couldn't control what we'd created, he wanted to destroy everything. But Dr. Mercer refused. The potential was too great. They compromised by sealing the equipment, hoping it would remain dormant. But it didn't, Ellie said. It's active now, speaking through the static. Sarah's eyes met hers. It's been active all along, Ellie. But it only speaks when someone with strong emotional resonance is near. Someone carrying guilt, regret, unfinished business. Someone like you. The words settled like stones. Me? Your guilt about Mara, about not going with her, it's a beacon to the signal. But there's more. Sarah leaned forward. The transmitter doesn't just pick up emotions. Collects them, holds them, like memories stored in its circuits. Ellie thought of the static whispering Mara's name, the figure in the parking lot. Are you saying it has Mara's consciousness? Not exactly. But her emotions, her last thoughts, her connection to you, they're part of the signal now. And you've awakened them. The static erupted, louder than ever. Not through the headset, but the station speakers. Ellie, you can't hide. Her own voice warped, accusing. She stumbled back, the flashlight clattering. The rain outside roared, a deluge that shook the windows. The static shifted, forming words. Mara's here. Because of you? Ellie's knees buckled. She saw Mara's face, 16, laughing on the swing set, then desperate, begging Ellie to run away with her. Ellie had said no, too scared of her parents, of the unknown. But if she'd gone, Mara might have lived. They would have been far away when her stepfather came home. Sarah remained calm, as if she'd expected this. It's responding to your emotions, Ellie. Your guilt is feeding it. How do we stop it? Ellie demanded, covering her ears as the static grew louder. A cacophony of whispers now. Her voice, Mara's, others she didn't recognize. We don't, Sarah said simply. We listen. The static coalesced into a single voice. Mara's, but older somehow, as if she'd aged along with them. Mom, Ellie, find me. Sarah's composure cracked, tears streaming down her face. We're here, sweetheart. In the rain, the voice whispered. He buried me where the ravens nest, by the creek. Ellie's blood ran cold. Ravens Creek, a wooded area on the edge of town, named for the birds that gathered there. It had been searched when Mara disappeared, but not thoroughly. Everyone believed she'd run away. We'll find you, Ellie promised, her voice breaking. The static hummed, then faded. The rain seemed to ease, its rhythm gentler now. Sarah wiped her tears, her face set with determination. We need to go there, now. Ellie glanced at the clock. 4:30 a.m. Still dark, still storming. It's dangerous. We should call the police. With what evidence? Static on a radio? Sarah shook her head. This is our chance, Ellie. The signal is strongest tonight. It might not speak again. Tom arrived early, at 4:45 a.m., his raincoat dripping. You look like hell, he said, lighting a cigarette despite the no smoking sign. His eyes narrowed when he saw Sarah. Sarah Hayes. It's been a while. Too long, Tom, Sarah replied, her voice cool. We were just talking about Project Resonance. Tom's face hardened. I told you to leave it alone, Ellie. It wouldn't let me, Ellie said, gesturing to the static-filled speakers. It's speaking, Tom. About Mara. He exhaled smoke, his face pale. That's impossible. We shut it down. You sealed it away, Sarah corrected. But it never stopped. And now it's telling us where Mara is buried. Tom's cigarette froze halfway to his mouth. Buried? I thought she ran away. My husband killed her, Sarah said flatly. And the signal, the consciousness you helped create, is guiding us to her body. At Ravens Creek. You can't trust it, Tom warned, stubbing out his cigarette. The signal manipulates, feeds on emotion. It's not Mara. It's an echo, a reflection. It knew things, Ellie insisted. Personal things, predictions. It's more than an echo. Tom's shoulders sagged. I tried to warn you. When we created Project Resonance, we tapped into something we didn't understand. It's not just technology, it's a conduit. And what comes through isn't always what you expect. What does that mean? Ellie asked. It means, Sarah interjected, that the signal doesn't just transmit thoughts or emotions, transforms them, amplifies them, makes them real in a way. The static crackled again, softer now. Time's running out. Tom stared at the speakers, his face ashen. You've got it active again. Do you realize what that means? It won't just stay in the station now. It'll spread like before, through phones, radios, any receiver. It'll find people's guilt, their secrets, and it'll speak them aloud. Then help us finish this, Sarah said, her voice firm. Help us find Mara. Tom hesitated, then nodded. I'll go with you, but we need to destroy the transmitter afterward. Completely this time. The three of them drove to Ravens Creek in Tom's truck, the rain easing to a gentle patter. Dawn was breaking, a faint grayness in the eastern sky. The creek was swollen with rainwater, rushing over rocks and fallen branches. The woods were silent save for the occasional call of an early bird. Where do we start? Ellie asked, scanning the dense trees. Sarah closed her eyes. The signal said where the ravens nest. There used to be a large oak tree here, dead even when Mara was young. The ravens always gathered there. They walked deeper into the woods, their flashlights cutting through the gloom. The ground was soft, muddy from days of rain. Tom led the way, his expertise with the terrain evident in his sure steps. Ellie followed, her mind racing. If they found Mara's body, what then? Justice for a crime 13 years cold? Closure? The thought brought little comfort. There, Tom said, pointing to a massive dead oak, its branches reaching like skeletal fingers toward the lightning sky. A few ravens perched among the limbs, watching the intruders with suspicious eyes. "This is it," Sarah whispered, moving toward the tree. "She's here." The ground around the oak was different, softer, disturbed despite the years. Tom knelt, examining the soil. "Something's been buried here. Recently." "Recently?" Ellie frowned. "But Mara disappeared 13 years ago." "The rain," Sarah said suddenly. "It's been washing away the soil, exposing what's beneath." She pointed to a patch of ground where rainwater had carved a small gully, revealing something pale and solid. Tom began to dig with a folding shovel from his truck, the wet earth yielding easily. Ellie and Sarah stood back, watching in tense silence. The ravens above called out, harsh cries that echoed through the trees. After a few minutes, Tom stopped, his face grim. "I found something," he said quietly. Ellie moved forward, her heart pounding. In the shallow hole lay a small bundle wrapped in decaying fabric. Tom carefully pulled back the cloth, revealing a human skull, its empty eye sockets staring up at the brightening sky. Sarah fell to her knees beside the grave, tears streaming down her face. "Mara," she whispered, touching the skull with trembling fingers. "My baby." Ellie couldn't move, couldn't breathe. It was real. Mara had never run away. She died here, in Millfield, while Ellie had lived on, believing her friend was out there somewhere, living a better life. The guilt was overwhelming, a physical weight crushing her chest. "We need to call the police," Tom said, pulling out his phone. "This is evidence of a crime." As he dialed, a strange sound filled the clearing, a low, humming static. Ellie looked around, confused. There were no speakers here, no radio, yet the sound was unmistakable. It grew louder, emanating from Tom's phone, from Sarah's watch, from Ellie's pocket where her own phone sat. "It's spreading," Tom said, his voice tight with fear. "Just like before." The static formed words, clearer than ever. "Thank you, Ellie. Now everyone will hear." Ellie ran to the station, the static following, a chorus of whispers now, her voice, Mara's, the listeners. She grabbed the mic, cutting Tom's broadcast. "Millfield, this is Ellie. If you're hearing the static, don't listen. It's not real. It's us." The static laughed, a low, guttural sound. "You made me." Ellie's heart stopped. The signal wasn't just amplifying guilt, it was born from it. Hers, the town's, decades of regrets trapped in the station's wires. She thought of the resonance log, signal amplifies latent guilt. Source unknown. The source was them. She ran to the transmitter, yanking cables, but the static grew louder, chanting her name. Tom appeared, grabbing her arm. "You can't stop it. It's in you, Ellie." "Then why's it saying Mara?" she screamed, shoving him off. She smashed the circuit board with a wrench, sparks flying. The static screeched, then died. The station went silent, the rain's patter the only sound. Ellie slumped against the wall, gasping. Tom stared, his face pale. "You don't get it," he whispered. "It's not the machine. It's you." 1 week later, Mara's remains were formally identified. Her stepfather, tracked down in Arizona, confessed to her murder when confronted with the evidence. Sarah found a measure of peace in finally knowing the truth and giving her daughter a proper burial. The town of Millfield reeled from the revelation, the story making headlines across the state. Ellie continued her midnight drift show, though the station felt different now, quieter, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. The static hadn't returned since she'd destroyed the transmitter, but she felt its absence like a phantom limb. The rain had finally stopped, leaving behind a world washed clean, at least on the surface. But at night, alone in her apartment, she'd sometimes hear it, a faint hum, a whisper just at the edge of perception. Not static, but her own voice, murmuring, "Mara's waiting." She'd bolt upright, heart racing, but the sound would be gone, leaving only the silence and her racing thoughts. The twist wasn't the station. It was Ellie. The signal had rooted in her guilt, her silence about Mara, and now it lived in her mind, broadcasting her shame. She turned on her phone, opened the Midnight Drift stream, and started recording. "Millfield, this is Ellie Harper. Let's talk about the rain." She spoke into the void, her voice steady, knowing the signal would never truly stop. It had moved beyond the transmitter, beyond the station. It lived now in the collective consciousness of Millfield, in every person who'd heard it, who carried guilt or regret in her. As she spoke, her listeners across town settled in, unaware that with every word, every thought, they were feeding the signal, strengthening it. In homes and cars, phones and radios, the static waited, patient as the rain, ready to whisper their secrets back to them. For that was the true nature of Project Resonance, not a machine, but a mirror reflecting the darkness each person carried within. And somewhere, in that reflection, Mara smiled, knowing her story would never be forgotten, her voice never silenced again. The rain began again outside Ellie's window, gentle at first, then growing stronger. And within its rhythm, for those who knew how to listen, the static spoke.